Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Espero que estén teniendo un excelente viernes. Oigan, es viernes. ¿Qué mejor noticia que esa en vez de estarnos volviendo locos todos juntos en este momento leyendo a todos nuestros pacos favoritos en la internet? Es viernes. Lo has logrado, llegaste al fin de semana y prepárate para echarte unas chelas deliciosas este fin de semana. Güey, yo ya no tomo, soy muy saludable. Ok, güey, entonces ve y tómate un jugo de naranja. Felicidades. Güey, tiene mucha azúcar. Ok, no. No sé por qué mi otra personalidad del día de hoy tiene más obstáculos que nunca. Bienvenidos al casino del tío Salo. Saben ustedes perfectamente lo que estamos aquí para hacer. Vamos a analizar todo este mercado, vamos a analizar todas las tablas con expertos. Alex Farhan, no con el idiota de yo. Ya saben que yo aquí vengo a contarles antes de eso exactamente lo que estamos viendo en el mercado, lo que hemos estado pensando, traduciendo un poco lo que hay entre líneas. Y para toda la gente que esté viendo esto y esté preguntando, ¿este es el tope del mercado? No lo es, no lo es. Tranquilos. Tranquilos. Ahora, no estoy hablando de cripto, mínimo de la bolsa, ¿ok? De cripto estoy 2, 3 y ya llegamos al tope. No estoy diciendo que vaya a bajar solamente, puede llegar una vez más a retestear, etcétera, o superarlo por tantito. Podría ser, pero mínimo de la bolsa, no. Tranquilos, tranquilos y ahora les voy a explicar. Ok, en este canal, para la gente que no sepa, siempre estamos analizando todas las cosas fuera de lo que nos están dando, alimentando. Estamos analizando la economía como los humanos deben de analizar la economía, no como nos enseñaron en la escuela. ¿Cómo analizamos eso? Simplemente es el comportamiento de cómo los humanos gastan dinero, cuál es su situación, cómo están siendo afectados los datos. ¿Por qué los datos no son fiables? Porque el día de hoy estoy seguro que su Paco favorito, recuerden, un Paco es un perico, así se llamaba mi periquito de chiquito. Y los Pacos repiten todo lo que sus masters quieren que repitan. Ellos creen que tienen pensamiento crítico, que están tomando sus propias, ellos mismos están agarrando sus propias ideas y sus propias conclusiones, pero literalmente todo es un espejo, todos ellos son un espejo de sí mismos. Entonces, eso es lo que buscan. ¿Por qué? Porque la gente que escucha a los pacos está aprendiendo de ellos, entre comillas, y pues ellos también absorben esta información. Así puedes llegar a las masas en forma grande en vez de solamente depender en noticieros, que también los noticieros son pacos y arriba de los pacos sus jefes son los que les dicen que repetir, ¿ok? Ahora, ¿qué exactamente vimos el día de hoy? Ayer tuvimos, fue ayer o antier, la Junta de la Reserva Federal, todo esto, todo el mundo está muy alcista, espíritus animales en todos lados. Como siempre, la Reserva Federal no hizo nada, etcétera. Pero el día de hoy nos dieron reportes de empleo. El reporte de empleo vino bastante bajo, eran como 77 en vez de 130 o 140, un pedo así, de 77,000 en vez de eso. Y además, revisaron los números pasados de 114, 120,000 a como 20,000. O sea, eran como un mes de 85, 90% más o menos, ¿no? Una falla de eso. Y es por eso que es importante entender que estos números son falsos, porque ahora todo tu Paco favorito en este momento muy probablemente esté sentado diciéndote, es que ves, no puedes confiar en los datos de gobierno, los acaban de revisar a la baja. Pero tú mismo estás usando esos datos de gobierno en este momento otra vez, ya que los revisaron, después de que los usaste al principio para decir que todo estaba muy bien, ahora los estás usando ya que los revisaron para decir que es que no puedes confiar en ellos, pero estás confiando en la revisión. No puede, o sea, esto es la cosa más fácil de ver. Hemos tenido una suerte, y por cierto, una suerte gigantesca. Si este fuera el tope del mercado, lo hubiera atinado casi, casi a la fecha, que fue cuando saquen el PIB 2, porque el resultado del PIB en el segundo cuarto del año en Estados Unidos, porque literalmente están armando una narrativa de euforia. Narrativa de euforia ya pegó. Y ahorita, tan rápido, no les toman nada a nuestros pacos favoritos poder voltearlos instantáneamente a otro punto de vista, ahora negativo, para que se lleven a todo el mundo con ellos. ¿Esto qué me quiere decir? Si estaban convenciéndonos a todos de ser eufóricos, ¿no? A través de diferentes trucos y diferentes narrativas, como la del PIB, la inflación, etcétera, continúan con esas narrativas para hacerlo seguir. Lo único que están haciendo en este momento es justificando el bajón que empezó en realidad ayer al día de hoy. Y ese bajón, están justificando ese bajón con los datos económicos. Esto me quiere decir a mí que esta va a ser una oportunidad de compra. Ahora, esta es una oportunidad de compra o agregar si tienes las pelotas suficientes. Esto una vez más, para mí se siente como en el 2024 al final del año pasado, cuando Donald Trump, antes de ser elegido y después de ser elegido, que el mercado fue irracional y la gente dijo, el mercado ya no puede bajar. El día de ayer empecé a ver, hice una encuesta en Bitcoin y esto es lo que me tiene un poco diciendo que no estoy preocupado, simplemente estoy diciendo que tal vez ya habremos topado con Bitcoin, porque les pregunté a todos ustedes en X, oigan, ¿qué opinan de Bitcoin? ¿Creen que va a seguir subiendo o ya vimos el tope? 70% de todos votaron que definitivamente va a seguir subiendo y todos los comentarios son, güey, mínimo 144 a 150, mínimo, así jodido. Y eso fue lo que pasó en el 2021. Entonces, voy a echarme para atrás tantito con eso, las acciones, y recuerden, si ese punto es correcto, si digamos que Bitcoin topó en los $123,000, las acciones tienen más o menos, y esto lo platicamos antes con esa recuperación en B que tuvo el mercado contra el mercado cripto, están 40 días atrás. Esto querría decir y ponernos para la primera semana de septiembre ver el tope en las acciones. Si es que ese fue el tope de Bitcoin, si todo continúa y va a continuar, etcétera, bien. La otra narrativa que están construyendo para poder hacer que todo el mundo esté lleno de energía para invertir y los alborotan a todos, es todas las noticias positivas que están sacando de cripto. Estados Unidos se va a convertir en la capital de cripto, Estados Unidos va a ser el innovador más grande de cripto, el SEC está diciendo cripto. Están hablando de las monedas estables, ¿ok? Para toda la gente que cree que su moneda favorita va a continuar subiendo, o bueno, no va a continuar subiendo, está en la mierda, pero va a poder salir de la mierda, no es cierto, ¿ok? Lo que estamos viendo es literalmente el gobierno usando semántica sencilla para poder agarrar a todos los pacos, una vez más. A toda esta gente que se cree muy inteligente, que cree que está opinando su propia cosa, no están viendo más allá de la mentira. La realidad es, Estados Unidos ha muy exitosamente, en mi opinión, más de lo que yo pude haber pensado, entrado a la nueva a su nuevo sistema financiero al que todo el mundo está a punto de también echarse un clavado en y apoyando todo esto en el blockchain, que está perfecto, pero eso quiere decir, esto literalmente quiere decir tokenizaciones de acciones, quiere decir tokenizaciones de títulos inmobiliarios, como el título de tu casa, por ejemplo, el título de tu coche, y también quiere decir blockchain para transacciones, eso quiere decir monedas estables. Y obviamente los grandes beneficiarios de esto son las redes que vayan a ser usadas. Hasta ahorita solamente he visto Ethereum. Yo sé que todo el mundo todavía continúa diciéndome que XRP, que Tron, que todas estas. Bien, perfecto. Veo que tienes el ISO 2000, no sé qué, pero hasta que yo no veo un uso real de un banco diciendo me voy a trepar a esto, no lo voy a contar en ese grupo. Yo hasta ahorita estoy simplemente viendo la realidad, es Ethereum hasta ahora. Hasta ahora, cualquier cosa puede pasar. Espero que Solana se monte en esto, que trepen algo en Solana, que todo eso me encantaría verlo y no estoy diciendo que no vaya a pasar, pero por ahora solamente es Ethereum el caballo grande, ¿no? Y también Coinbase. Entonces, tenemos que ver esto sin apanicarnos. Los datos de empleo son, recuerden, el gobierno y la razón, para la gente que no sepa cuál es mi tesis y ha sido mi tesis desde el año pasado, cuando entró Trump, que todo el mundo empezó a decir, el mercado no puede bajar, yo me salí. ¿Y qué hizo el mercado? Bajar. Luego dijeron que fue por los aranceles. Pero una vez que salió Trump a decir, es la recesión más hermosa del mundo, dije, ok, esto suena que es el fondo. Hice un video y les dije a todos, es una buena zona para empezar a comprar. Y cuando hice ese video, literalmente compramos el fondo del mercado. No sé si les dio a todos ustedes para poder meter todo su capital. Personalmente, yo solo tuve mi primera entrada de 3, que es como yo promedio para adentro. Entonces, todavía estoy esperando en mis posiciones para poder agregar a ellas. No he agregado porque yo estoy invirtiendo en cosas cíclicas que tienen que bajar una vez más, de acuerdo a lo que yo pienso. Pero a fin de cuentas, lo que yo había dicho es, después del bajón que tuvimos, dije, esto va a subir, rebotó y nos va a llevar a literalmente el frenesí la inflación está con todo, el producto, el PIB está creciendo como loco, Estados Unidos no necesita recortar nada. Y ayer justamente empecé a ver esos tweets. Cuando empiezo a ver esos tweets donde la gente dice, no puede haber un mercado bajista ya. Ya Bitcoin cambió completamente, ya todo es diferente, el sistema financiero es diferente, todo cambió, ya no va a haber mercados bajistas. Ahí, cuando ves que ya convencieron a todos, ves ajustes y justamente hemos llegado al ajuste. Se los puse ayer en mi X. Les dije, vean, lo están diciendo ya estas personas que el mercado no puede bajar. Una vez más, Es muy chido analizar el mercado con todo y que te den toda esta deliciosa información, pero lo que tienes que ver es a la gente. Todo lo que te dicen en toda la realidad de absolutamente todo es lo contrario. Todo. Y yo sé que es difícil entender eso, pero lo más fácil es simplemente observar a la gente y qué es lo que piensa la gente. Y no nada más qué piensa, qué les están intentando hacer pensar y cuál es su realidad. La gente no tiene dinero, no pueden conseguir empleo, tienen que tener 3, 4 trabajos de Uber, de ¿cómo se llama? De DoorDash, aparte de su trabajo normal, etcétera. La gente está jodida, tíos. Sobre todo la clase súper baja. Estamos viendo Ford rompiendo expectativas y a la alza, pero la realidad es que ellos le venden agencias. Las agencias están llenas de coches y las agencias no están vendiendo los coches que son los primeros en ver la baja. Y después Ford. Entonces, para mí es esto sencillo. Yo les dije, para el último cuarto de este año, o el primero del siguiente es donde yo espero que nos digan recesión. Y quiero que capten este dato, por favor, porque si todos creen que cuando ya estamos entrando en ese mercado bajista tiene que durar mucho, en la recesión del 2008-2009, el mercado bajista empezó, no me acuerdo si fue septiembre, octubre, y tocó fondo en marzo y de ahí se fue para arriba. Fueron muy pocos, 5 o 6 meses. Y también el 2022 más o menos fue febrero del 2022 que empezó a bajar y se acabó en octubre, noviembre del 2022. Eso fue mucho más largo que el de la recesión del 2008, para que tengan una referencia en su cabeza. Entonces, esto todavía se puede dar perfectamente tal cual. Yo estoy esperando esto y de nuevo, si hubiera ahorita en este momento simplemente pegado esto, yo les dije, el mercado tiene que topar, o sea, llegar a un tope, al punto más alto al que ha llegado cuando nos anuncia el PIB. Llegamos, estamos ahí, estamos entendiendo esto perfecto, lo tenemos bien medido. No caigan en la novatez de toda esta gente que lleva décadas explicándoles de economía, que es la cosa más rara del mundo. Es por eso que no podemos creer en los datos. Si tu Paco favorito te dice no confíes en los datos de gobierno, no podemos, están manipulados, pero te está repitiendo los datos de gobierno de hoy, no está entendiendo lo que está diciendo. Es así de fácil. Y ahora no tiene nada de malo. Velos a todos para que puedas tener diferentes opiniones. Solamente empieza a poner atención a estas cosas. Entonces, nosotros en este momento, personalmente, voy a empezar a ver si estamos creando un suelillo por acá para empezar a meternos del lado long en trades. De nuevo, yo no estoy hablando aquí de invertir. Invertir, ya saben cuál es mi plan. Y vámonos con eso. Aquí tengo al buen Farhan, tengo al buen Alex para empezar todo esto. Y para todos ustedes que quieran aprender a invertir como lo ha hecho el tío Salo, pueden aprender a empezar con trading. Es lo que recomiendo. Poder leer tablas es muy bueno, además de poder leer a todos los pacos, leer a la gente, y después de leer los pacos, la gente, las tablas, estás hecho una bestia, y después entender cuál es la mejor oportunidad para las empresas que estás viendo para adelante. Vamos a empezar esto, damas y caballeros. Por si quieren caerle a nuestro Discord, dense una vuelta, es absolutamente gratuito. Les estoy dejando el enlace aquí abajo. ¿Y por qué es bueno venir a estos Discords? Sencillo. Tienen el Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Todos los menús están del lado izquierdo, por cierto. Cáiganle al chat general y aquí siempre van a poder platicar con una bola de degenerados como nosotros, que están exactamente interesados en las mismas cosas que ustedes están interesados. Así que ellos van a poder, si tienes una idea, ven, compártela y toda esta gente te va a venir a dar su feedback. Y además ellos también tienen ideas que son buenas e interesantes. Más allá de eso, tenemos el análisis de Alex, por supuesto, el de Farhan, que ahora está de vuelta con Toño de Valdés. Tenemos nuestro chat general, que fue donde les acabo de enseñar. También tenemos nuestro criptolingo. Si no entienden abreviaciones o cosas que decimos por acá, aquí está. Y si no entiendes el lenguaje de cripto, que es muy importante, si te quieres volver doctor y no entiendes el lenguaje de doctor, es por eso que vas a la escuela para ser doctor. Si quieres volverte ingeniero y quieres entender el lenguaje de la ingeniería, tienes que ir a la escuela para ello. Aquí simplemente tenemos un cursito muy pendejo en nuestro sitio web de $29 que te va a enseñar todo el lenguaje que habla la gente en cripto. Por si hasta dices, güey, ustedes valen verga como traders, me quiero ir a otro lado, con esto vas a poder irte a donde quieras también, para que lo tengas en mente. Para nosotros el principal objetivo es que aprendan y el segundo es que hagan dinero. P&L Cards, vengan a compartir cuánto dinerito están haciendo como el Gato Mion con estos longs de 500X que está haciendo. Güey, Gato Mion, dime la verdad, ¿secuestraste a Tomatito y te lo llevaste o eres Tomatito? ¿Qué es lo que está pasando? Porque Gato Mion le está yendo mejor que a Nancy Pelosi, ¿no? 20%, 240%, nada mal, 15%, bien, 18%, un 1%, bien, nos llevamos nuestro 1%. un buen 31%, 250% en ganancias. Esto es lo que me gusta ver. Yo creo que el mercado ahorita está un poco también algo más fácil de leer. Estamos empezando a tener volatilidad. Esto es bueno. Están preparándonos para la idea en este momento, en mi opinión, de, güey, compra todos los dips posibles porque van a continuar subiendo y ahí es donde justamente vamos a llegar a lo que hemos platicado infinitas veces. Si eres un degenerado y quieres tradear futuros, pero no sabes cómo usar los exchanges de futuros fuera de los tradicionales, vente para acá a nuestro sitio web. En la descripción de abajo está el enlace. Es completamente gratis. Le picas en tutos, le picas en cómo tradear en Bluffin. Bluffin es un exchange de futuros de criptomonedas. Para que sepas, puedes hacer hasta un 150x de apalancamiento. Eso quiere decir que con $1,000 te dan hasta $150,000 para una posición en tu Bitcoin, Ethereum, todas las criptomonedas que te imagines. Y tienes aquí un video de 5 minutos de cómo se usa esto, cómo fondear la cuenta, cómo mandar dinero de acá a acá, etcétera, cómo abrir un long, cómo abrir un short. Y aquí tienes la página de Bluffin, le picas al enlace y te lleva directamente para que te registres, crees tu cuenta y aparte entres y te vuelvas miembro de la comunidad de nosotros, porque tenemos torneos de trading que han pasado como los de los últimos 2 meses antes de verano en Bluffin y en BTCC. Y pues es importante ser parte de la comunidad para poder entrar a esos torneos y ganarte una lana. También tenemos BTCC, que es otro exchange idéntico a este, y funciona igual. Si ves este video vas a entender cómo hacerlo, pero en BTCC también tienen acciones tokenizadas y tienen Forex tokenizado. Así que ahí lo tienen, no hay excusas, damas y caballeros. Voy a dar la bienvenida a Alex y a Farhan. Vámonos con todo.
Buenos días, muchachos. Happy
Guten
Friday.
Yo, what up,
motherfucking
boys?
morning. Alex, it's Friday. Did you know that?
Yeah, I did know that.
Feliz Domingo.
Yeah.
Oh my God. We already skipped 2 days in the intro. Jesus Christ. How are you boys doing?
Doing well, doing well.
I'm doing pretty good. Just looking at Bitcoin, looking at all the data we had this morning. What a market.
Enjoying it. I'm actually enjoying the volatility. So if you guys want to get to it, let's get into the corn. I want to know because I got a good feeling about this right now.
Yeah,
I got a feeling. No, I
let's
don't know. I'm
take
sorry.
a,
Justin
let's take a
Timberlake.
look and see what is going on with the corn. Because I do think we have interesting developments. And unfortunately, it isn't looking the best if you are a bull. But let's go and see what's good and actually see what we can analyze with this. So let's backtrack here. We were looking at this range. Remember, $116,000 was the spot. That's the extremity low. And then we also talked about $120,000 was the extremity high. Until one of these breaks, you're just within the range. And on this rally up, we were talking about all-time high potential if we can actually reclaim that $120,000 level. We weren't able to reclaim that. Even more so, you were actually able to lose the daily 9 here. And we talked about this being a tricky area because technically speaking, you did lose the daily EMA 9, which is bearish in itself, but you still were holding above. It was almost like a mid-range, right at $118,000. You could just see ever so slightly, this was holding. And you could just see, where did we start getting weakness? Well, it wasn't really until on Wednesday where you got that daily close actually under $118,000. This was significant to me because yes, into Tuesday you did technically close under $118,000. But you didn't lose the meme line, and so for me, really turning on my bear goggles, we talked about this on stream. You need the daily 9 lost and you need the meme line lost. This will then instantly give you the next target down to the extremity low, which is at $116,000. So far, that has played out nicely. We weren't able to take any shorts in this position, but if you were able to catch this, congrats, because this was a very straightforward short. You were able to close under support. Yes, you wicked up above, this resistance here, not resistance, but this wick high, leading to potentially resistance being tapped. Because while we had the itchings of bearish posturing, we still were cautious of the fact that you did technically lose this meme line, and then once you lost it here on Monday, you just stayed under it solidly. Just another reason on why it was not the clearest, but still gave us a reason to believe bulls need to step in sooner rather than later. And so yesterday we actually did lose $116,000. And so now into today, you've rallied right into that zone, leading to a rejection. So where are we now? What can we gather from this? And what am I looking at into August? Well, as it stands now, it is really looking like bears are going to potentially flex into August, taking us down. Now, this can quickly change, and I'll be bullish again if we can actually start getting back above $116,000. This will then ultimately put us back within this range. Very hard for me to be a bull here when we are now in a valid range breakdown. Today, you're about to lose the daily EMA 34. How my system works is generally that equals a move to the 100. And we also see that the daily is in downtrend posturing. I mean, you have consistent lower highs, and now you have a lower low. Bulls needed this to be just like a liquidity grab and held a low on that move down on July 25th. We actually took out that low, leading to a lower low break. And so when I see that, we understand what usually occurs once we get lower lows. Bitcoin generally likes to make lower highs. I'd want to be seeing a reaction right at that 21 to maybe form our lower high. Maybe we get another retest of $118,000. But regardless, to me now, I am looking at this more in bear territory. And we do have to be very cautious of this daily BBWP setup actually firing to the downside. We have multiple sessions of zero volatility, often bruise major setups. And what you're getting now is on the 2-day, also a setup. Let's check the 3-day. It is in contraction. And the big one, right, that is firing off is the 5-day. The 5-day is still firing off in off the back of this majorly red candle. You have to be very cautious of perhaps this 5-day setup firing off to the downside. It's still a very real possibility, and we need to be very cautious of that actually occurring. Now you're noticing here the EMA 5. I think we can use this on the 5-day. It works pretty well in confluence with the EMA 9. We're potentially going to get a bounce off that EMA 9 on the 5-day. Would be expected. You should be looking for a close under $116,000 on this 5-day, leading to maybe a retest of the EMA 5. That's where I want to potentially open a short, and that's just overall playing the levels I know to watch, plays the daily lower high potential, and most importantly, doesn't get me short positioned right at the bottom. Because I do think we're going to get a bounce here. The bounce either will come in the next 2 days or even possibly today. It's just really going to depend on, where this closes and if the daily EMA 34 actually holds. Very easily can close below that today, get a rally up, wick above it, usually does, forms a lower high, and then ends up dumping on that lower high, putting in bearish structure. We are in a valid range breakdown, just how my point of view is. We can look at the HBDR now. Maybe this will tell a different story. And it doesn't tell a different story. HBDR tells us, yeah, you are in a breakdown. It's finding the breakdown point right near that EMA 34 on the daily. This has major implications for this daily BBWP to actually fire off to the downside. Next target for me, once you do start losing the daily EMA 34, will be right around that $108,000 region. That's very significant for us because, right, when we are going off and looking at this breakout, we talked about the 107.5 being a major zone, right? That was right here. The low that was basically done right here before we ended up breaking out in the beginnings of July. This low, and I'll draw it a little better so we can see it right here. It needs to absolutely hold. If you start seeing the weekly come all the way down and actually break this low, why will this be a major cause of concern? Well, now you're losing that weekly EMA 9. You're now shifting back within this range, which was resistance right at that 109.3 to 109.8, and support being right around 103,000 flat. I know, a lot of you were in this range watching. Those numbers will just come up again if you fall back within it. But that still very well could be a bounce zone, and that should be looked at as potentially a spot where the weekly is going to grind out a higher low. It's not really until you take out July 7th's wick low where I'm going to start becoming a perma bear. The daily EMA 9 will have been lost. The daily EMA 100 will potentially have been lost at that point. And if that is the next target on the daily, that does have implications for best bet for bulls, as you either do see that lower high formed, causing the EMA 100 to move up, because as it stands, you are just in theory going to get like a free move down to that EMA 100. And as it stands, that would start really taking out that weekly low right around 107,500. It's going to be really crucial to just watch that zone, because if you start taking that out, then yeah, I do think you're going to start taking revisiting back under $100,000, and then that's going to be where the big retest will come. That's right where the SMA 200 is on the daily. It's always been a spot. We saw that the bottom was formed on the EMA 100, so we should be gauging that as the first big bounce zone. If you start losing that, yeah, I do think $99,000 will come back into play, which would be interesting to see, because, well, no one is talking about that potential. Not even, it seems like an idea to go back under 100K. And I do think that that is brewing, specifically when we do know the 5 days potentially firing off. So again, we are potentially in the midst of a breakdown. Is it, did we miss a major move? Technically, no. Everything is telling me that this is just at the start of something major. And I don't think the timing of it being, the 1st of August is a coincidence. We just need to watch very carefully where all this, we're in the next week. We actually do essentially watch the next week on price action. I do believe that's going to be the most important. It's going to set the tone for the entire month. Now we can look at the monthly. We did get a new monthly close. And on the flip side, right, we did pop back within the 38.2%. This is significant because we were in breakdown posturing, technically speaking, into July. You were able to actually reclaim that. And now today you could be potentially retesting that 38.2%. That is some hopium for bulls. You see that's at 113,800. We go down to the daily, right? We can just see, okay, not really getting much support around there. Maybe the weekly. I do believe maybe a weekly 9 was there. Okay, so the idea then behind that is the monthly will retest the 38.2%, which then all that will be is a weekly EMA 9 retest. And that area should hold. Again, shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone. We've been talking about the potential of going back to around that, low $110,000 number to maybe that 109.8. That's always been major resistance. You haven't really flipped that. Like it rejected, broke out, consolidation. If you end up coming down to here and retesting, I mean, that's not technically bearish, and even more so, it's just going to give us what we wanted, which was a weekly higher low. But again, that's why we just want to really understand that once you do start losing that weekly EMA 9, that's when things start shifting for me. And I do think you're going to get a deeper pullback. So if you haven't taken a short, no reason to be aggressive shorting right now. In my opinion, there's literally no reason. You are in lower low posturing on the daily. You're definitely going to get some kind of lower high. Very well could be like this, and then you come up to here, lower high it. Your stop loss simply can be here. But for me, I mean, if you start shorting now, where's your risk? It's just it's too much. You don't really have a logical place to put any stop loss. And therefore, that's why I'm going to be patiently waiting for potentially a short trade. Now, we want to understand where we're wrong on this, right? Where can we be wrong on this potentially being bearish and actually us going up? Very simple. You want to just start seeing the daily reclaim back above $116,000. There's no reason to overcomplicate it. This was a range, right? So we're now a range breakdown. We're in range breakdown. So in order for that not to occur, you need to not be in range breakdown, which simply will be any daily closure back above that $116,000. What would make it easier, nicer for us would be simply the 21 and the 9 moving right around that region. So then once you get that close above, you've now reclaimed the daily 9, giving you a target up to $118,000. No reason not to play Bitcoin level to level. So far, it has been working out. Even on the move down, you lost mainline support instant move down to the next area, you've lost that. So that does have implications for a move all the way down to that $112,000 region on Bitcoin, which is right around that weekly EMA 9, which I do believe we're going to get some kind of reaction around there. Why I believe that is just based on the fact that you haven't tested it yet. We can, look very carefully here. Right, we can delete this. Have you actually tested the weekly EMA 9 since it got reclaimed here? No, it didn't retest it here. It didn't retest it there. Definitely not over here. So I still need to be looking at this zone as the big spot. It's bullish that this wick high is now coming right around where that weekly EMA 9 is. But, right, what that means is you still have potentially a 2% move down from this point. So I just be understanding of that. I do think that low is coming. That has always been the extremity low for me. We've talked about first, it was the 1091 to 1098 region being the SR flip I'd want to see back tested. But we've now seen the weekly EMA 9 move up to around that wick high. I want to actually see this now be flipped into support. Now, you very well could get a wick low, an extremity wick low down to the zone. But the idea is now you're absolutely not going to see July 7th low taken out. That just is like a given, should not be taken out. And at the very, in a major dump, on a major move down, you should see 109,100 hold essentially. That should always hold. Any daily closure back under there, and I do think you're going to start seeing a lot lower on Bitcoin. And that's just shown here on the weekly view. Lose this region, you will see a move down to that EMA 21, which again lines up nicely with our range. The ranges on Bitcoin have worked pretty well. So there should be no reason why we're falling back within this range. And we should see that 109K region hold very nicely if we end up getting it. So that is Bitcoin. We have major setups in August brewing. That doesn't change. And we really do need to see bulls kind of pick it up sooner rather than later. So what you could have here is a solid 5-day close under major support, giving us, a bounce, obviously. If it started bouncing up, wouldn't surprise me. But then that just quickly could be a bearish retest before the big dump. And this is what I want to be gauging with the Academy. I do think, we should easily play the daily trend now, which is down. And I do think that can offer us a lower high trade and give us a pretty tight risk to reward. But it's just going to be a matter of waiting and being patient. Because like I said, it could easily come, we close the 5-day down, still holds the 9, and then we just simply make your lower high on the daily. It stops, the rally stops right at that 5-day EMA 5. Very simply, could just be a moving average range here. You do see that is sitting right around $116,000. So it's not the most absurd thing to be looking at. But yeah, we wanted bulls to step in. They did not. You're now getting a breakdown. Today is potentially going to confirm that. I don't like shorting though things into when things are in low posturing. Absolutely makes no sense to short that. So that's why I recommend everyone just to wait, watch. If you're not in a short, just play the daily trend and understand where you're wrong, which will be if you do start seeing Bitcoin close dailies back above $116,000, making its move above July 31st wick high. That'll be a good area to say, okay, yeah, maybe this just turns into a massive SFP play. Definitely could happen. This gets bought up, reclaims the daily 9, and then this is where you get your major squeeze. And shorts here get absolutely blown out. But until then, no possibility of that as long as you are under $116,000 and freshly about to lose the EMA 34 while putting in a major daily BBWP setup. So that's Bitcoin. I don't find it a coincidence. This is a big drop here. So you need to watch very carefully. But, after 3, 4, 5 days of red only, most likely does afford a bounce soon. I'd hope so. That way I can short this with the boys. I would be betting on a scenario like this. This can easily be shorted. I think so. So that is Bitcoin. We don't think we got the bi-monthly. I think that's next month. Yeah, the bi-monthly. Let's look at CME real quick now on Bitcoin. Let's just take a gander and check out how that monthly closed. Because remember, we still have a major topping candle on CME. We did talk about this, and that still is a real possibility. I mean, you are seeing here massive wick high rejection, leading to, in my opinion, almost like a shooting star on the weekly. Then you had the objective of taking out this wick high. Unfortunately, bulls were unable to. And now getting the follow through, I don't find that a coincidence. Next objective per CME will be the weekly EMA 9, right around $112,000. That's important because that lines up really nicely with, again, our Bitcoin 38.2% retest, which, again, I kind of brushed over this quickly. I'll say this again for the hopium of bulls. And also, this also plays into kind of Faron and Alejandro's idea really nicely, actually. All this move down is simply going to be a weekly EMA 9 test. You'll then hold the blue zone, and you'll end up making an aggressive move all the way up to $160,000, preferably in August. That is the possibility. Whereas bears are going to be looking at this as just on the verge of breaking down. You're on the cliff side and you're just about to break down, all while monthly BBWP has reset, giving bears potentially another shot of flipping this in favor of a downside move. This is now reset again. This had 100% hit rate.
It has to close to reset.
I was going to say that. So it's, reset, but we need to see the close into this month. So again, just tying into.
So we just got to wait another month. That's not bad, right? Like he does for how many months, and then we have to wait another month to
snap your finger, and it's next month.
Motherfucking shit, boys. Motherfucking.
Although has July? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Has July felt like 3 months for any of you?
He did. Yes, I agree.
I mean, you very well could just see the move down. Volatility just contracts more, and then now it's primed up for a setup, and then that'd be bad. But then let's just say you start firing off, even if you get a move down with it resetting. So, I mean, the point is, though, this is significant. This was in bullish posturing. This had 100% hit rate of firing off to the upside. It's potentially going to reset into this month. That's significant because that would be needed for bulls to take more control. If this just remains in bullish posturing with it firing off, this will always mean that bulls will win and get the breakout. The fact that we've seen this shift all the way down, potentially will close back under in August, is not a good sign, actually. But, up or down, we'll still wait. That's just still significant that isn't just fully expanding. But this is major hopium for bulls. You are still technically in a monthly uptrend. You are holding above the monthly 9 very healthily, and you did prevent a monthly breakdown, and even more so reclaimed back above it. Finally have retested it, and the median is disgustingly high. And let's not forget, we've seen the monthly median get tested. Generally, that does like to be tested. We identified it here where we were just hitting the monthly median pretty nicely. Only time we didn't was right in this range here, right in this zone in April. We even hit it in May, and then that's kind of where we started to not hit it. So it's not absurd to say that this has a potential to hit it, especially when we do see volatility this low. That is just something to watch and observe. Nothing much here overall on CME. We are just under the median, and I do see maybe 100K potential if we aren't able to actually hold right around that $112,000 on Bitcoin. So, Bitcoin to me is not looking the best. I'm not a perma bear. I don't think that you should be. I think you should be gauging a move down to what we've been saying all month, which is potentially a move down to the $109,000 region. Maybe the weekly EMA 9 holds. Shouldn't surprise you if it does. And that could just signify a higher low before going up.
Sir, can I tell you what my bet is on that?
Sure.
The 9 should hold. because Capo and all of the boys are already looking at 110, 111, 109. All of them, everyone
Oh,
on X. I'm
absolutely.
going through it.
Perfect influence.
Yep.
And I agree with you, and I don't think anyone should like discredit this weekly 9. We've been here before where we get the pullbacks, it goes right to the weekly 9, everyone's bearish, and then it just pops you back to a new high. Like this has held before, and the fact, and I brought this up, the fact that you haven't fully hit the weekly 9 yet is predatory in the sense of bulls are going to write this off as, oh yeah, the throwback has happened. Bears are going to say that. I'm looking at this as no, we very well still could get that throwback to the weekly 9 after it did technically get reclaimed. Yes, you could say it front ran it, but it's not. It didn't confirm it yet. You need to actually hit it. This would be a beautiful spot to form like a spring and move up. Now, again, the only way that would occur is that you got to get back above $116,000. But this really shouldn't surprise anyone if this does occur. This has been a scenario I've talked about, and I've always wanted to see these, wick highs get tested for the easy trade. Now, that does mean that maybe then we aren't going to hold the weekly 9. We're going to go a little bit under it. Bitcoin's dirty. We're going to test right next to that low and then move up, maybe. But I don't like to front run ideas. I'm just going to simply wait. And there's a really, really good chance that Bitcoin will get some kind of footing around here. So I will play that accordingly. And again, that very well could just lead to a bearish retest once we get that 5-day candle closure, rally up, retest this region. Maybe it goes back to 118, perfectly fine, plays that, but still means that you're going to get some kind of bounce before going lower. So that is what I'm watching. I agree with you, Alejandro. I do think the weekly 9 will hold. Gun to head, I do think we're still in bullish posturing for August. I do think we're still going to break out to a new high. But again, that quickly can change. And we are starting to see the itchings of that potentially happening where this is actually breaking down. So just understand that. Academy, watch the trading alerts. I've updated them fully. I'm going to start scoping for the new week. And I want to really gauge the next 2 to 3 days of price action into the next week. So not the weekend, but into next week. I really want to gauge what markets are going to give us because I do believe the next week is going to dictate kind of where we're going to go into the month. Now let's look at Bitcoin dominance. And again, let's ignore everything. Let's just go straight to our monthly chart, straight to business. Let's see where we close. So we actually were able to hold the monthly 9, significant. That's good. The issue now is we didn't get the easy trade, which would have been holding the monthly 9 and getting back above the 62.4%, specifically the monthly EMA 100. This puts this now in, technically this deviated that. This is a major SFP, and bears are going to be looking at a rejection right around that, right around the 62.4%. Now, bulls, on the other hand, are simply going to be looking for a reclaim into August. Now, we have a whole month before this closes, so what can we gather from this? Well, in that regard, let's start looking at the lower time frames. So you now can see the weekly absolutely unequivocally needs to reclaim the EMA 34. Very well could just reject it. You saw this before. You were under the EMA 34. Let me delete this. You reclaimed it. You held it as support. You then went to a new high. So there, if you are in the camp that this has bottomed, the monthly 9 will hold and will deviate into August close, the EMA 100 on the monthly, then you will be gauging this EMA 34 to get reclaimed, and this should not get lost once it gets reclaimed. On the other side, as a bear, if you're thinking this is topped and you're very bullish on alts, you're simply looking for a retest of that EMA 9 on the weekly before rejecting. And all that really will correlate to is that bearish retest. Delete this, right? Just a bearish retest of this zone. What was support needs to be flipped into resistance. And that's very well what you could see. And you didn't even take out this last low. So that is some hopium for bulls here. This low needs to hold, though. That is just the thing. I mean, if you are bullish on Bitcoin dominance, you absolutely need this low to hold. 2 days. Okay, cool. So the 2-week, we need this to get back above the 21. And we just need this to hold the 21. You saw the 21 hold before making a new high. That, again, will give you more footing as a bull on making a case on why this could be bottomed potentially. Until then, it's all fairy dust and hopium, and it very well could just simply reject, leading to almost like a trap scenario where it's like baiting longs right now, but nothing is sticking on closing bases. So just understand that this is still 50-50 up or down, but as long as you are under that daily SMA 200, you're instantly going to be more bearish than bullish. So just be aware that if you are a Bitcoin dominance bull, yes, it's good the monthly EMA 9 held. That's awesome, but you still just are in a tricky spot where you very, very easily can reject this region before rolling over and actually testing 59.7%. Right? You very easily can maybe get a bid up. You actually test the SMA 200 before rejecting. That is why you can now gauge this on the daily. You need the SMA 200 to get reclaimed in order to make a case on this being bottomed. So you have a lot of areas before the monthly can close that can tell you at least if this is strong or not, right? Because I understand waiting a whole month, it's a long time. And that's why you saw you can wait on the weekly, the 2-week, the daily. All of these will then tell you if we're going to be bullish or not. But it's just really dependent on Bitcoin dominance getting back above these major levels and actually holding above them. So you very well could just start rejecting and moving down harshly. I mean, you've seen last time when we closed under the SMA 200 and rejected down, it did just lead to a pretty violent move to the next zone. So you just want to understand that bulls need to absolutely get back above here. The longer you stay under here, the weaker it becomes, and more likely we're going to just get another dump down to the next region. All right, let's look at Tether dominance now. Let's see what we have here. Because, we were in a big zone overall, and the monthly for me didn't really close. Let's look at the HBDR, because for me, I'm not seeing anything just on this monthly. Yeah, and even HBDR didn't really show anything different. You're just, again, right at the bottom, right at the cliff side edge of breaking down. And actually, technically, this is in breakdown posturing. How I view it is you're steadily under the monthly 9. You are brewing a retest of the EMA 100. And that is interesting to see, because what if you did go and retest that? Well, that would mean you're now taking out all these lows. The reaction here would be really key. If you saw a major move up to a reclaim, I'd be convinced this was a bottoming move. Now, if you don't see that occur, and on the flip side, you just see a capitulation type move where you literally take all these lows out, come to the EMA 100 and get no reaction. That'll have implications for possibly a move all the way down to the 2.4%. Until then, though, you're just in the gray zone on the monthly. I'm not really getting much from this monthly view other than you just simply rejected exactly where you'd expect. Now into August, you should get follow through down, technically. I mean, that's easy. Weekly 9 maybe is the spot that rejects. See if we have a silver cross. No. 6-day. What an interesting time frame. Yeah, you're still seeing the 5-day fire off. So again, yes, it's a green candle right now, but all that is just a retest of the EMA 9. I mean, again, this chart it's not really bullish. There's nothing bullish about this chart, in my opinion. Nothing really has changed, and you're just kind of just waiting to see the reaction on that white line. You very well, could have gone a bounce, expected, could just be the lower high before going down. Because if you go to the weekly, right, weekly is simply that. It could just be forming a lower high right at the weekly 9 before going down. I remember when we talked about this, and we talked about potentially a bounce here, but all that just should be looked at as a lower high. And Bitcoin, this should be a higher low on the weekly, right? Once you make a higher high, you should be gauging a higher low. And that's why I just want to keep our bearishness in check, mainly for myself. That way I'm going into this month with just, a fresh point of view, understanding where we're at. It's not very clear yet, but I do believe it will become clear within the next week. So, you very well could bounce here. Well, will I know where we're potentially bottoming? Simply, you just need to see the weekly 9 get reclaimed. That worked very beautifully here, where you're grinding a bottom. Once you reclaim the weekly 9, that led us really nicely up. So again, same criteria. You should watch the weekly 9 hold. Holding the weekly 9 will take you to 4.69%, where that'll either reject you down to a new low or get reclaimed and really solidify this being a bottom. Let me delete this now. Quarterly looks like it potentially is just brewing a lower low, in my opinion. You have potentially a lower high here. Now, I understand this is closing in 2 months, but this really does look like it wants to go to that EMA 34. Why is that important? Because if you go to the monthly again, it just looks like it wants to hit the EMA 100 on the monthly. Those are at the same spot, right around 3.5%. That has implications for a major move on Bitcoin. It's about 20% away. Now, just for my own curiosity, let's just go and check out where this closed. Let's see if it held the monthly median or not. And it did not. So, however much weight you want to put on USDC dominance, we were just simply watching to see if this was going to hold that median reclaim. Keep in mind, this entire time, bull market, you've just been under the monthly median up until here, where you possibly were going to hold it. You did not, and now this potentially is just about to break down. Now you'd be gauging a move up to that monthly 9, and then potentially giving you a move all the way down to here at 1.23. So again, really does look like the stable coin dominant pairings are really looking like they want to go down in August. All while Bitcoin just simply looks like it wants to go up in August. And I only say that based on this weekly view. I think CME ties it nicely. Is this really a bearish chart technically? Like, are we really allowed to get superly bearish here? No, and it's really not until you start closing back under this wick high, where then I'll be bearish. I can easily be bearish here, can look for maybe a move to here to short down. But until then, I don't want to get bearish right when we're at the spot where you could be looking for a spring. We talked about this before, where is, if you are making a major move down, your extremity low, technically speaking, should be around this region here. So we're almost there. Very easily could get a bounce right around that zone. So that is what I'm going to be watching for. That is my analysis on Bitcoin. I want to be gauging what I know carefully, which is, okay, let's see if we're going to lose this EMA 34. That's a good first spot to be watching today. You start losing the daily EMA 34 and sprinkling in a lost support of $116,000. Yeah, it's going to look pretty bearish to me. But if this starts getting back above $116,000, just consolidating, really is not the worst. I'd be actually looking for a move back to around that $118,000. So watch 116,000, watch the EMA 34, and really just gauge what you know, which is Bitcoin is on the verge of a major move. It is in breakdown posturing that quickly can change. But until then, we did put in a lower low. I don't think looking for a lower high around here would be dumb. That is what I'm going to be looking for potentially a trade into August. I'll quickly know I'll be wrong if we again start closing above 116,000 and taking out July 31st wick high.
Thank you, senor. Mr.
Yeah.
Farjano. There it is.
You guys see my screen?
Yeah.
We can. It's beautiful. You have an alert on
screen, most beautiful screen. It's a beautiful screen, let me tell you. A lot of lines, a lot of colors, a lot of colors.
Look at that, holding right there beautifully on the bottom of the blue zone, huh?
It's got to hold.
Indeed. So I'm going to start with the daily like I did last time. This is what a lot of my short-term bias is coming off of. Right now, my main focus is to see how this daily candle closes to see what type of bounce we're going to get. And in terms of the bounce, I am leaning more towards the bearish retest side than I am towards the reversal side as of the moment. But what I want to see for that bounce is if this candle can close above this candle's wick low, which is about 14,700. For me, that would be a swing failure pattern for a little bit of a bounce towards somewhere around this 9 EMA towards the median, and this median is going to move down. Ideally, it's going to be somewhere around this $117,000 to $118,000 area. As long as you are below that area, though, it doesn't really matter what type of bounce or how aggressive the bounce is. I would still look at it as being bearish. But once you start to get daily closes over like 118,960, or even a tick above, I would say maybe like even 120, like around $120,000. A tick above $120,000 or a daily close over 118,960, and I'd say we're probably going to go towards that 38.2%, and this was it, and this was the spring to new highs. I am a little doubtful of that at the moment right now, and I will get to that. What I am more thinking is slightly more likely is a bearish retest of this $117,000 to $118,000 area, and then find our way down to the weekly 90 EMA. Now I'm going to get to that in the higher time frames. Right now, momentum is pointed to the downside on the daily with volatility in an expansion phase, and the daily jewel starting to curve over with a pretty powerful sell signal. And we did get a pink crossing below the yellow within the bullish control zone. These usually produce some pretty respectable results. Let me put in a vertical line. And that should be it. And how much did we go down? That was a nice move of about 22% to the downside. Not bad. This one, kind of a failure. You went down about 1.3% before bouncing up about 2%, 3%, down about 4.9%. That's a wash. This one down immediately about 12.79%, then about 25%. Very similar to that number before. Immediately about 4.9, then roughly 7.99%. How much have we gone down so far? Only 0.7, only about 2.3%, maybe 3%. And to the upside, we've gone about 2%, which is the average, what do you call it? Mean reversion move against the setup that it goes up before it actually plays out. If we take the minimum move of about 9%, that would take us to somewhere around about 106 to 100, $106,000 to $107,000. Let's keep that number in the back of our mind. Although it does slightly disagree with my bias, there are setups that lead to that. I'm going to tell you why in a later setup why I don't think we will go that low. And is there a divergence possible? Not yet. So what we're looking for now it also tells you that this likely is more likely to be a bearish retest, is that there's no bullish divergence possible yet on the daily. You would need a lower low on price action with a higher low on momentum to have a possibility of bullish divergence. Now on the 4-hour, you have that fresh silver cross to the downside. We are getting a bounce off that 4-hour SMA 200, which is to be expected to get a bounce off of there after being away from it for so long. Our last major expansion was off that SMA 200, which I have seen a lot of people saying that, oh, we bounced off that SMA 200 last time and immediately we pumped 17%. I don't think it's always going to be like that, especially since that last time was a significant tap of that SMA 200. Now you've already touched it. Before you tapped it, it went to new all-time highs. And now I'm thinking, since you've got your breakdown with the volatility expansion, this bounce off that SMA 200 probably going to take you somewhere up to this 117.5, maybe $118,000 area, maybe, if even that. And then I'm expecting a rejection from that point. Right now, momentum is trying to flip back up on the 4-hour, still flip to the downside, still in the bearish control zone, with volatility still technically expanding. But what's likely to happen here if momentum flips up is that volatility is going to shift down and it's going to be a lower high and a corrective move. And now the jewel is starting to flip back over. Is it putting in any divergence? Not quite. Almost put in hidden bearish divergence. 2-day is also now bouncing right at that bottom 38.2%. This is an area that you would expect to see that bounce. As long as you are seeing it hold this area on a closing basis, probably going to get another first bearish retest of your EMAs, and then you're probably going to get another retest of this area again. And at that point, the 21 EMA has been tested once, twice, thrice, if that's even a number, 4, 5 times. Each time you tap it, it's going to be a little bit weaker. Eventually you're probably going to swing below it and come towards somewhere around that 50%, which is around $111,000. And and once you're below your 21 EMA and you've closed below your 21 EMA, usually you'll get a bearish retest of that 21 EMA and find your way somewhere around that 55, which is ever so slightly going to make its way higher. As right now, that also sits at that same $107,000 area. Look at the 2-day jewel. Very bearish sell signal just about to play out right now. You have the pink just about to cross below the yellow, dark blue below everything else, and a God mode sell signal. Does line up, like, basically does say the stars and the planets are lining up for a nice downside move. Go to the 5-day. 5-day has now freshly flipped to the downside on momentum, with volatility now sitting at extreme lows. And the jewel has now lost the buy signal, has not shifted to sell just yet, so you can't front run that sell signal, but it has lost the buy signal. And we now have bearish divergence on the 5-day jewel as well, because we have a high right here, we have a higher high, we have a high, and a lower high on momentum. To confirm this bearish divergence, you would need a close below about $114,700. That would happen, you would have the easy target of hitting your 21 EMA on the weekly, on the 5-day, I mean, which is going to slowly make its way up. And I'm assuming, slash guessing, it's going to be somewhere around this $109,000 area. If it happens within the next 2 days and 10 hours, then it'll be at about 107. Although I don't think it'll happen that fast. I'm thinking more likely it's going to be over 2 or 3 candles while this 21 EMA rises. And is there any divergence? Also, divergence on the HPDR momentum as well, bearish divergence. What we want to see is on that move, if we get it to around 109s, which I do think probably going to get, is take out these momentum lows and then put in hidden bullish divergence. That would be the most bullish outcome. Come on. Weekly is now also starting to flip down on momentum. Hasn't just gotten under the moving average just yet, but looking like it's probably going to, assuming you lose your weekly 5 EMA, which kind of looks like a formality at this point, probably going to close below it. And what's more, the 5 EMA is just your like your confirmation. What's going to be really worrying, but what's going to start the caution is if you lose this candle's open. That's at about that 117,270 area. Losing that open tells you you're going to test the 5 EMA. Losing the 5 EMA tells you you're going to get a nice dump skew. And with volatility at extreme lows, bulls are going to have to hope that move to the 109,000 is not what causes that volatility expansion. The hopium right now is that volatility starts expanding on the move to the downside, and then the real volatility expands on the upside. We have seen that happen a lot of times. Basically, I think most of the 5-day setups so far have been starting expansion to the downside and then just quickly getting bought up. But that's not always going to happen. And the weekly jewel is still giving you a buy signal, hasn't curved over yet. I'm assuming that's because we're still holding over the median, which is at about $113,500. 2-week also very close to flipping to the downside, right at that moving average. Volatility is now basically at 0%. We're sitting right at that 2-week median at about $115,100. I want to see where this closes and where that median moves to, because if this median does move down and price action opens above it, that's gonna give me my overall bias for the month of August and September of massive upside, because then you would have a 61.8% chance of going to that top 38.2% wherever it is at the time. Right now it's at about $146,000. It's all going to come down to this close and the open. Monthly also sitting right around that bottom 38.2% with monthly momentum starting to shift to the downside. Hasn't gotten the confirmation fully to the downside just yet. We want to see a break into the bearish control zone, and that's going to tell us that basically this whole, you want to call it bull market, uptrend, whatever you want to call it, has come to an end. And now we're starting down only mode, as you see right over here. This is when we started to break into the bearish control zone. And at this point, every single bounce was a shortable. Haven't quite gotten that just yet. While volatility confirmed, because you see momentum taking out all of these previous points. Now you have 3 possible drives of hidden bullish divergence. To confirm that divergence, you would have to get a close. It's not going to be much help of a current all-time highs around 123,181. But what is more helpful though is it gives you a relevant target somewhere around as of this moment about 150s. Monthly jewel is now also after this close we had of the month of July, we have started to give a buy signal. This is very significant that the monthly jewel is now flashing a buy signal. The last time the monthly jewel flashed a buy signal, let's put it with the vertical line. And this is a fresh buy signal from a sell. So we're not going to count this. All right, and that'll be it. These are going to be some pretty remarkable results, I'm guessing. Get a quick dump ski. Oh, wow, 38%. And then roughly 6,500%, 7,400%. I wouldn't expect similar results. $163. Probably best to omit these 2020 results, to be honest. A more immediate move of about 35%, sideways for about 2-3 months. Then about 200%. How much did we move off of this one? Let's see. About 17% so far to the upside from that initial move. And then how much afterwards? Now we're sitting roughly about 31.8%. If we take it to that 35% move, bring us roughly to about $125,000 to $126,000. Have you, Phyllis, thought of the possibility of 130,000 minimum, 130,000 minimum, slightly new all-time high of 126K and called it a day there? That'd be pretty funny.
That'd be the real fuckery, because it was that would remind me so much of exactly the same situation that we were in last year, 2024. You hit the 1.8, and then we're like, all right, that could be the top. And then it went to 111, topped, and then went down. Remember, to the 70s?
Yeah.
It could be exactly. Yeah. Mr. Farjano, your interneto. There you go.
Okay.
You're back.
Yeah.
You're back.
All right. Monthly. All right. Now the quarterly. Quarterly also is still making its way towards that median, which as of the last quarterly closure, we did close ever so slightly over that median, which tells you within the next quarterly close, you're very likely to at the very least reconnect with that median. But you have 2 months in between, and a lot of things can happen in the 2 months, and that setup can be easily invalidated within those 2 months. That median right now is sitting somewhere around $164,000. Pretty high number. On the, I don't know if it's safe to say that that's his George number or not. Probably is. 160K is pretty nuts. Quarterly right now is very close to also putting in possible hidden bullish divergence along with closing over that median. And right now, momentum of volatility is starting to expand from extreme lows on the quarterly. I'll go into the RSI. Quarterly's got that 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing over 74,441. Next target is which did update on the previous close, moved from about 204,000 to about 201,000. Didn't really move that much. I was hoping it would move somewhere closer to the 160s. Guess not. Maybe the 200,000 people will be right, and I'll be wrong. We'll see. I'll have to eat my words. Oh, actually, no, because I technically didn't say that we're not going to 200,000. So technically, on the monthly, we've also invalidated the bearish divergence, put in a drive of hidden bullish divergence by taking out these previous lows, making a higher low on price. After putting in that divergence, we got a nice move up of about 42%. And now we've finally gotten over that simple moving average, which we've been below since about the closure on January of 2025. Been below that simple moving average for a good amount of time. That's what frees the RSI up to being able to hit that critical zone. That critical zone right now sits at about $148,000. Very nice number. And on the monthly, we have gotten we're going to get to a volatility setup on the momentum chart. More relevant there. 2-week also has that 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. Now putting in another drive by taking out these momentum lows, putting in another higher low. That will confirm with the close over the same number of as before, the all-time highs, 123,181. But what's relevant though is that it'll give you a target of the critical zone, which right now is sitting at about $181,000. Going to update in 2 days. So take that number with a grain of salt. And 2-week is now starting to get that volatility expansion above that 15%. But note, it's getting the volatility expansion with a move to the downside. That's why you're going to have a lot of caution with this move here. Weekly also has that active hidden bullish divergence with volatility fully reset. And this divergence is going to be active as long as you're closing over about $114,700. Right now, as long as you do hold that area, next target would be the critical zone at about 123, which is our current all-time highs. That's a big if, as long as you hold that on a closing basis. Weekly 5-day. 5 days now starting to put in possible hidden bullish divergence on the RSI. Also interesting, and that will be possible as long as you're closing over about 106,120. Confirms with a close over about 119,836, and then that gives you an easy move into the simple moving average at about like 128,000. Ever so slightly all-time highs. Interesting. Now daily's got a confirmed drive of bearish divergence. That's what gave us where were we when we confirmed it? Right around there. So the easy move has played out to the 21 EMA. But as long as you are closing below that 21 EMA and rejecting it, your next move is going to be into that 55 at around that $113,000 area. Does that line up with any of our RSI targets? Not really. So that's a lower low, no divergence. Now we'll go to the momentum. Oops. All right. So Tether is on the quarterly after this last quarterly close we had. Finally got a volatility starting to expand, getting back over the moving average for the first time on first time Tether has had volatility get back over the moving average since about April of 2022. April of 2022, we had a pretty massive move to the upside on Tether, and that was right before when the Luna collapse happened. Right now, it's kind of seeming the opposite because we have momentum flipping heavily to the downside. We are heavily in the bearish control zone, and we are going to be flipped down as long as we're closing below 5.78%. Plus, we got a nice head and shoulders on the price pattern. Monthly is now freshly flipped to the downside. This was the main cause of concern that I had for the past couple of months, is that monthly momentum was flipped to the upside on Taylor dominance. Now it has freshly flipped down, and it will remain to the downside as long as you're closing below 5.37%. I had not seen this before. This is very, very significant. And we are now rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone on monthly Taylor dominance. Plus, we're starting to get volatility expansion. This isn't confirmed. It will confirm at the end of the month, but we're getting that volatility expansion above the moving average, momentum freshly flipping down, rejecting the bearish control zone. The target still would be based on those divergences, the hidden bearish divergence, which you have also on the stochastic as the RSI, would be that monthly 100 at about that 3.5-ish area, the easy target off of it. 2-week also still fresh, still flipped to the downside at extreme lows on volatility, and will remain to the downside below 4.73%. Weekly also is flipped to the downside. Very interesting to see all of these time frames aligned to the downside, with volatility now entering extreme lows, and it's going to be flipped down below 4.42%. And you guys know what else is next week? The Bula Moon.
Ooh, nice.
On April 9th. I mean, not April, August 9th. They both start the days. So 5-day, you have that volatility expansion from 2 periods of 0%. And right now, what's driving a little bit of hopium for, not hopium, but maintaining the idea alive of new all-time highs for Bitcoin right now, is that the 5-day setup is firing off on Tether and momentum is to the downside. It's going to remain flipped down as long as you're flipping, as long as you're closing below 4.54%. So that's going to be your invalidation for if you're looking for any type of new all-time highs on Bitcoin within the next month or two, is that if Tether dominance does manage to flip the 5-day over the pivot, you're very likely going to get an aggressive move down on Bitcoin. But until that happens, should be leaning more towards Tether doing a bearish retest. 2-day is flipped to the upside right now on Tether. Counterpoint, volatility is completely contracting while momentum is flipping up and you're still in the bearish control zone. It's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 4.21%. Daily is also flipped up, entering into the bullish control zone. It's going to be flipped up as long as you're over 4.23%. And now daily is about to get that volatility expansion, very close. Want to see it close over that basically this breakdown point right around that 200, 4.78, 4.8%. If that happens, then Tether's probably about to shoot up probably very, very rapidly towards somewhere around these mid-5 highs. Until it happens, though, I am more so looking at bearish retest and dump ski based off of the higher time frames. 4 hours now, so starting to kind of look local toppy. Rejection of the 200 SMA. First time you've tested that 200 since about July, early July, about July 7th. Momentum is getting very extreme, right at the edge of the critical zone. Volatility is getting a little high, and the pivot has gone pretty close to price action. closed below 4.38%, and that probably would be would call the local top on Tether for now, at the very least for a couple of days. And 2 hours now about to freshly flip to the downside as well at the critical zone. Volatility has already started the mean reversion, and it will flip down in about an hour if you can flip close below about 4.42%. Whereas Bitcoin is still flipped up on the quarterly with volatility expansion, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over about $108,250. $108,000 level is very, very significant. Remember that 107s? That would just be a retap of this monthly momentum pivot. Monthly, which just closed yesterday, has volatility momentum still flipped to the upside, putting in hidden bullish divergence by taking out these lows, and momentum is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over. That's a very, very interesting pivot. $94,950. I'm kind of curious to see what this pivot was before. Let's take a look. Come on. Wow, it was at 103,750. So the pivot went down by like, what? I can't do the math. $8,000 or $9,000. It's very, very bullish to see that. Not only to see price action above the pivot, but the pivot to move down very significantly in the opposite direction. Now we're just waiting to see volatility start to expand and not confirm the contraction because it's gone below the 15%. Monthly has not closed just yet though. Got 30 days left to go. If you are going to be leaning bullish and for this setup to play out within these next 30 days, you want to see the expansion to the upside. If you don't see expansion to the upside within these next 30 days, this setup is going to be invalidated, and you're very likely going to start to see some pretty aggressive moves to the downside. That does give you a nice time frame to look at it, though. That you want to see all volatility expansion and some new all-time highs within the next 30 days. Momentum. Is it going to take out these previous highs? It's very, very close to taking out these previous highs before as well, which would then make it not possible to do, put in hidden bearish divergence or regular bearish divergence. I mean. 2-week is also giving you that volatility setup, getting just above that 15% area. I don't remember what it was at the last 2-week close. Let me just confirm. No, it was not there, so it did not confirm. So now we are above that 15%. We're getting the close in about 2 days and 10 hours. If we can close above that 15% and price is closing over 118,600, which it currently is not, that setup will be activated. Right now, if this 2-week closes with volatility over 15%, and prices closes below 118,600, what's more probable is that this 2-week setup is going to happen to the downside. And if we take an example of a 2-week setup that happened to the downside, we haven't had one in a while. Here's one. It was in the bear market. That was about a 45% move to the downside in 3 bars. 3 bars is 6 weeks. Not bad. So that basically tells you within the next 2 days and 10 hours, bulls got to pop the price to over 118,600.
Yeah, it's very interesting too, because the pivot went up so much from the last session. So seeing where that will go in the next 2 days is going to be very interesting.
I'm sorry, in the weekly or the 2-week?
The 2-week. Yeah, because it was sitting at like 98,000 last time, and then it went all the way up to 118,000. It's like, oh wow.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
96,000. Yeah, that's what I noticed.
Is that bullish or bearish? I'm sorry.
Very
interesting
bearish.
How
Yeah, right.
How the monthly dropped a lot, but then the 2-week went up a lot.
So we are close.
It's very conflicting. Very conflicting.
We're close, maybe.
Especially with BBWP like that, there is an actionable 2-week setup about to fire off, which is very interesting to see. So, like, maybe the 2-week will then shift majorly down in this next session. That would be bullish, and then that would give bulls more.
There's, I guess there's those 2 pieces of hopium. either close over this number or this pivot moves down significantly. If those two things don't happen, this 2-week setup is going to fire off to the downside. And then if we were to just take rough 40% from where we are at the moment, or where we opened, 40% down from there brings us to about $68,000 or $70,000.
Wow.
Very, very close to our 2021 cycle high. Very interesting. That'd be a poetic spot for a bear market bottom, maybe slightly lower. Weekly is also now has volatility at extreme lows, very close to firing off a weekly setup as well. Weekly is still positioned to the upside, but will flip down in the next 2 days and 10 hours, as long as we close below $118,400. So weekly and the 2-week now have that $118,000 area. Very, very important area to reclaim. 5-day now giving you that volatility setup with expansion on 2 periods from 0%. Momentum is currently pointed to the downside. So that would give you probabilities of this move firing off to the downside. It's interesting to see the opposite on Tether, though. I don't know what to make of that. The Tether is giving you the 5-day volatility setup downside, whereas Bitcoin is giving it to you to the downside. Which one is lying? I don't know.
It's getting interesting now.
It's getting very fucky.
Yeah. Well, you know, a big move is coming when it starts to get like this.
Whenever it gets those very, very fucky points where both TA sides have a point.
Yeah. It's
well, because then the issue is like the 5-day is firing off, but you're not really getting volatility. You could argue you're starting to see that now, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. It could be off the back of the 2-week then firing off, but yeah, that's the issue. Is you're not really dumping if this 5-day is firing off like how it usually does to the upside. But maybe
I'm thinking it's going to be this close, and then if we confirm that close below that 118 level, that's probably where we'll start getting the volatility.
Yeah, and my idea is possibly to start opening shorts around there based on that lower high.
In what, 118, right? That should be the area. Yeah.
That's
there'd be a very tight invalidation for that as well too.
And then once that 2-week closes, we could really start moving if we stay under that 118.
2 days lining here for that as well. Volatility is now at 0%. Momentum is flipping to the downside, very close to breaking out of the bullish control zone, and it's going to be flipped down below 119K. Daily as well. Now, ever so slightly starting to expand on volatility for many, many, many periods of 0%. We are going to be flipped down as long as we're below 117,200. Bulls got these next 2 days to reverse price action.
Yeah, Pebble should cut rates. Can I tell you what my favorite thing now is to look at online? When they do these revisions, people go, see, all of the government data is absolutely false. Look at this government data that they just gave me right now again. Oh, this is beautiful. What a beautiful market. Beautiful market.
And it's funny whenever you point that out to them too, when you say, oh, so you didn't believe this data back then, but this is true. They'll just say like you're a Trump cocksucker or something.
Oh yeah, no. You're totally an idiot. You don't understand how the economy works because they revised it down. That's how it works. It's obviously an accident, and now they're giving you this. I did call the other number fake, but now that it's in my favor, I'll call it an accident and say that this is definitely the trend that it's going. Like, it's unreal how little self-awareness people have, but it's so much fun. If you look at it from that angle, it is so much fun watching people just not make any sense whatsoever and not understand why they're doing what they're doing. And every now and then, if you have the chance of doing it in person and go like, but then if that's the case, then why this? And just see their fucking eyes show you how their mind is exploding. It's my favorite thing to do.
Yeah. It's with those things, they'll bring out names from something that has absolutely nothing to do with what you said. Like, I didn't even mention that name, sir.
Yeah. It's amazing. Amazing.
4 hours now also lining up with a little bit of that breakdown, because we have volatility expansion. Momentum is pointing to the downside, about to break into the critical zone, and we are flipped down below about $116,300. Right now, the hopium for bulls to get a more prolonged bounce is to get this 4 hour flipped up and put in some bullish divergence here, although it doesn't seem very likely. Because to put in the bullish divergence, you'd need to make a lower low and then a higher low on price action. And as of now, a higher low on momentum. And as of now, you have no higher lows on momentum. So even to make a bullish divergence, you would have to make a lower low, or you would have to just green dildo up from here and reclaim rejective lower highs. Basically, one of two things: massive girthy green dildo or bullish divergence. I guess Michael Saylor could just fat finger the market buy button on Coinbase and give us that girthy green dildo.
Michael Saylor and his purchases.
Michael strategy. So on the quarterly, momentum is still flipped to the upside. Never really flipped down ever since late 2023, and we are going to be flipped up over $108,000. There are multiple setups that we've gone over so far in this live stream alone that take us down to that $107,000, $108,000 area. That would just be a retest of this monthly pivot, but it would take out a lot of key supports if you went down to that area, and it'd be right at the edge where if you don't get a very, very strong buyback, it's probably going to be the end of the market. Right now, I have not gotten the confirmations to target that area just yet, so I won't consider it actionable until that happens. On the lower time frames, you are getting momentum starting to break down. You're getting bearish divergences, and a little bit of a bounce from that $114-ish thousand area. I want to see a strong bounce from there, close over 114,700, and then reclaim somewhere around that 119 on 118.9 on a closing basis, or take over about 120. Then I'm going to be a lot more on the side that you can increase the risk for that monthly and 5-day setup to fire off to the upside. But right now, technically, that 5-day setup is firing off to the downside. The only counterpoint is that on Tether, it's also firing off to the downside. So within these next couple of days, you're going to find out which one is telling the truth and which one is lying. But on the basically the low-term time frames are going to decide for you. If you can maintain below that $118,000 area, very likely going to continue to dump towards somewhere around 111, 112, right around that weekly 9 EMA. My personal bias is that weekly 9 EMA is going to get bought up, and I do think we're going to go to new all-time highs from there. The invalidation is getting either a tick below about 98,330 or getting a close below about $105,000. Either one of those two things happens, I don't think we're going to go to new all-time highs, and I think we're in a bear market.
Why do you have 105? I have 106.
I'm using 105 to front run the 106 area. I'm a little bit more conservative.
Got it. Okay, that makes absolute total sense. I don't know why my chart was like this when I opened it. Like I kind of wish I would have seen the index on my phone. What is this? How did we know that this was going to happen? Because this is from the last live stream. I haven't touched my charts, to be honest with you.
Was weekly EMA 9? Was it right there? Or maybe the 5?
No.
Huh.
Maybe the 5 on the last week. 5-day. Oh, 9. No, maybe that. I don't know.
It was.
I don't know. What a fucking weird coincidence. But this shows me that I need to watch all my charts at all times, because the answers are here. You motherfuckers give them to me. I just fall asleep. We got
500x long there on BTCC, and we'd all been rich.
We've all been like Tomatito rich. Now there's the new guy that's Gato Meon that's doing all the Tomatito stuff. I'm pretty sure that's him, or he ate him.
Yeah.
It's bro on a second account.
Most likely.
I think we were engaged in the 5-day EMA 9 now. And that must have been why we had the line there, because, that is still a valid bounce zone.
Oh, you're totally right. Look at it.
It's like we still could bounce, but it just plays into a FAR and said, like, next 2 days is going to be super crucial for bulls. They got to pick it up, or it's going to become doomsday for bulls instead.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Absolutely. So now we got Oklo and Roblox.
All right, I will do
Oklo.
Robert Lux.
Robert Lux. Robert Lux. What a fancy gentleman. Okay, thank you. Sorry. I apologize. Been in this room for way too long by myself.
Sponsored
Okay.
by Robert Lux.
Sorry, un segundito, que me acabo de tragar una burbuja de gas buenísima, ¿no? Del agua mineral. Ok, no sé por qué, si alguien se acuerda del último live stream, por qué puse esta línea acá en el índice, porque si hubiera hecho estos trades, me hubiera ido cabrón. No tengo ni idea de dónde salió esta línea, 113, o sea, no tiene sentido alguno, pero bueno, la voy a tomar. Tal vez en el HPDR la teníamos por ahí. Hemos visto a Bitcoin caer después de este $123,000 hasta los 100, ¿qué fueron ahorita? Este es nuestro mínimo más mínimo. 113,979. Ahora, les había dicho, no me gustan las consolidaciones que van para arriba. Esto me empieza a gustar para ese escenario del buen blow of top. Estos banderines alcistas que van para abajo son los buenos, en mi opinión. Así que no puedo decir que hemos visto el tope, podremos haber visto el tope, podríamos ver una situación como la de en el 2025, que venimos justamente a los 113. ¿Cuál fue en el 20? Denme un segundo, estoy en la diaria, ok. Fue justo acá, que en mayo hicimos este máximo acá en 111. Esto está mal, espérenme. Algo estoy buscando mal yo mismo. En un segundo. Fue justamente esto, donde en los 108, este fue el tope. 108, 287, dijimos, no, ya ahí quedó la chingada. Y luego vino a ser este tope, este segundo tope. Y ese fue en 109,350, o sea, literal menos de $1,000 fue lo que subió acá. Podríamos estar ante una situación así, después tuviste la caída hasta los $74,000, que sería interesante. Vamos a empezar con la trimestral, como siempre, en los Bitcoin para poder ver esto. Estamos usando el índice de Bitcoin para tener la mayor cantidad de información posible presente para nosotros. Estamos viendo Bitcoin continúa en postura alcista en largo plazo, también tenemos momentum apuntando para arriba y tienes volatilidad expandiendo y ahora se está dando la vuelta para abajo, pero todavía no oficialmente está contrayendo, tiene que caer debajo del promedio. Así que vamos a estar pendiente de esto, pero por ahora continúa siendo alcista con altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos y bajos más altos también a través de toda la tabla. También nuestros promedios de 5 días, 9 días, 21 días, 34 y 55 días, todos están en orden de arriba para abajo y de abajo para arriba. Los más rápidos más cerca del precio y los más lentos, lo más abajo del precio. Eso es alcista. Cuando volteamos a ver el HPDR en esto, lo primero que hace es colapsar absolutamente todo, así que voy a tardarme 30 minutos en poder sacar esto, en 59 minutos. Ya sé que les dije 30, pero tengo que exagerar un poco más. Recuerden, soy mexicano y crecí viendo las telenovelas como María Mercedes, María la del Barrio, ¿y cuál era la del agua? Marimar, ¡au! Casteñita soy, todo eso. Entonces, por eso tengo que exagerar y decir puras pendejadas. En fin, se me antojó un chocolate del bienestar. En fin, vamos aquí arriba, tenemos nuestra media en los $164,000. La parte baja de la zona azul está en los 80,602 y nuestro promedio del 9 se encuentra en los $73,000. Esto es la trimestral. Así que por ahora tenemos más probabilidades de ir a buscar estos $164,000 que ir a visitar nuestro promedio del 5 en los 92, porque una vez que lleguemos a esos 92, esto podría estar cocinándose y ahí a los 80. Si aguanta los 80, simplemente hiciste un alto, un bajo más alto y luego tendrías continuación. Pero si te llegas a llevar este bajo en los 74,000, empezaríamos a decir que algo está pasando. Mensual tenemos volatilidad contrayendo una vez más. Ahora vamos a tener que esperar a confirmación. Recuerden, este movimiento fue el último mes, ahora es este último mes que tuvimos volatilidad expandiendo, se está dando la vuelta para abajo por ahora y está contrayendo. Oficial, no. Tienes que esperarte a que cierre esta vela y literalmente falta un mes. Entonces, aquí no tenemos nada en volatilidad. Lo que sí tenemos es nuestros niveles en el HPDR. This is what it was, boys. It was the monthly HPDR. Oh, no, it's not. Never mind.
That shifted there, which is interesting to see that shifting right there as well.
Could have done it. Yeah, I
It's
agree.
conflicting. It's like we could be very bullish, but then you see that 2-week setup about to fire off. And it's
Yeah.
like, I don't know.
Doubts. What a cocksucking play it's doing right now. Well, we're back again to the cocksucking Bitcoin moves. So good for all of us.
It does this right before those massive moves every time.
It really
where
does.
It gives you a big swing in one direction, and then it'll either get bought up or sold right out.
Yeah. It's exciting because at least volatility is coming. We want the girth. Sure. Yeah, we want the big part of the move. We don't care if we grab the bottom or the top of it. Like as long as we get,
There's a certain like segment of the short time frame traders that make a fuckload of money in this little period, just trading a simple range back and forth. They don't even bother with the big move. They just made all that money going back and forth like 15 or 16 times.
Oh yeah, because I mean it's very repetitive. It's kind of like the easiest. I like Alex said to me a long time ago. He's like, I like to put it on a range. As soon as you know that it's in a range, you just play the range, and it's true. It's the easiest, most brain dead way of playing it.
You just play it until it fails.
Yeah, because I mean, 7 out of 10 times is going to be within the range, right? So
that's as long as you're not going all in every time, you should be good.
Yeah,
exactly. And sometimes, you even get those range breakouts because you know what you're looking for, and then you can even catch a big move just playing within the range. Sometimes it's very rare, but it is nice. Yeah, you're like, okay, cool, we closed above. If you're trading like, let's say, a monthly, but yeah, no, Bitcoin generally does just range. So hopefully in August, though, we get volatility. After seeing the 2-week, the weekly, the 2-day, the 5-day, I'm like, does seem like it really does want to break down. So if we don't break down within the next week or two, it will be a very telling sign to me.
Yes, it did. Yes, he motherfucking did. I'm sorry. I woke up at 3 a.m. today.
God.
Good Lord.
Well, Vinny
basically the nighttime.
I went to take a piss, and Belen was awake at 3 a.m. and she's like, when you go to the bathroom, there's an animal screaming outside. I was like, okay, you want me to go downstairs and find the animal? She's like, no, I'm just letting you know. So I go to the bathroom and I hear, ah! And it's late. I was like, what the fuck is that? And then I heard, like, I just stayed to hear, and it was an owl and another owl, like basically talking to each other. The other one was like, woo, 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 and this one was screaming at it. And I go, it's just owls. She's like, oh, I thought it was Tata. Thank God. I'm like, why didn't you tell me that to start? If Tata's in danger, don't just tell me there's an animal screaming. Like, fuck you. Thank God it wasn't Tata. Oh,
I'm not gonna lie, owls terrify me.
Yeah, dude. I told you that one day I came out to do my morning walk at like 4, and every house on the roof had a couple of owls. I've never seen that before.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
it's the opposite of the Disney princess with all the forest animals come.
Yeah, dude, it's fucking scary as fuck, because I was like, are they just all gonna fly and attack me? Because they can take me down, all of them right now. Kind of went back inside a little scared, like a little bitch. Either way, that's nor here nor there. Bueno, seguimos con esto. Bitcoin continúa por acá, agarrándose en la mensual de la parte baja de la zona azul. Importante esto, ¿por qué? Porque justamente estamos aguantando acá. Esto sería un punto importante para un buen rebote y un retesteo bajista de mínimo a los 118 por esa zona. ¿Por qué? Porque si esto te va a aguantar aquí, que podría simplemente por el HPDR y sin nada más por debajo, esto podría darte el rebote que buscas, y de ahí esto se volvería alcista encima de los 119.9, casi 120. Pero por ahora estamos en 115.163 dólares. Continuamos buscando y encontrando este soporte, y deberíamos de ir a la parte alta de la zona azul, si todo sale bien, en los 159,000 dólares. Ahora, 2 semanas empieza a verse algo extraño, porque tenemos este setup de volatilidad a punto de expandir ante la bajada, y aquí es donde estamos todos como de, ¿qué está pasando? Tenemos también nuestra media en el HPDR, justamente donde está el precio en este momento, y si la media llega a no aguantar, siguiente parada debería de ser esta zona de soporte con este máximo de antes, que una vez que lo rompimos, debería volver soporte. Eso está en los 111,730. Esta es la jugada que todo cripto está esperando. Todos, 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 todos. Eso es lo que a mí me hace pensar que vamos a tener el rebote acá, que ya lo estamos viendo, a los 120, a lo que sea. O sea, no estoy diciendo a máximos históricos. Eso me hace pensar que vas a tener ese rebote primero antes de venir acá, si es que vas a venir acá. Eso es lo que quiero decir, porque todo el mundo está volteando a ver esta zona en los 111,700. Es bastante obvia. Por ahora estamos por encima, no, estamos por debajo de la media, está en 115, 164. Pero de nuevo, faltan todavía 2 días y 9 horas para cerrar esto. Cualquier cosa puede pasar, así que vamos a estar pendiente acá. Semanal también tienes volatilidad contrayendo en este momento. Un movimiento grande se avecina porque estamos viendo señales mezcladas y normalmente cuando hace esto nos da esos movimientos completamente violadores. Tenemos la media justamente acá en los 113, un segundo, 113,537 y está aguantando. Por ahora esta media en los 113,537, que parece ser de donde saqué esa línea en la media al principio, eso tendría sentido. Podría aguantar. De no aguantar, una vez más, nuestro promedio del 9 está justamente abajito esta línea amarilla en los 111 y es donde deberíamos de aguantar. De no aguantar ahí, ya empezaríamos a tener objetivos a la baja por debajo de los $100,000 y eso empezaría a comprometer toda nuestra estructura alcista, el rally por completo y empezar a irnos a comer pito. Todos juntos, por cierto, como una buena familia que somos. De acá tenemos la de 5 días. 5 días, interesante. Estamos expandiendo ante el bajón, pero pueden ver que también está volteando para abajo. Tenemos que esperar acá a ver cómo va a cerrar esta vela en 2 días y 9 horas. Estamos siendo apoyados por el promedio del 9 y justamente la media también. El promedio del 9 está en 113,600, la media está en 114,100 y está aguantando. Siempre y cuando aguantemos acá, tenemos más probabilidades de venir a la parte alta de la zona azul, pero primero, como perdimos el promedio del 5, es donde vendríamos a retestear en los 117,700 a los 118, para que lo tengan pendiente por ahí, que es lo que esperamos mínimo ver en esto. Vamos a la de 3 días rápido. 3 días, estamos justamente perdiendo el promedio del 9 que está en los 116,900, nuestra media está en los 121 y aquí es donde probablemente podamos ver ese retesteo alcista, si es que no vamos a ir a altos históricos, acabarse en los $121,000, básicamente. Por ahora tienes más probabilidad en esta tabla de 3 días de venir a visitar los $112,000 o el promedio del 21 en los 111 una vez más, donde está la línea. Por eso es que todo el mundo está volteando a ver esta línea, no lo están haciendo por nada, ¿no? O sea, hay demasiada confluencia ahí. Pero cuando todo el mundo tiene sus ojos en algo, tienes que entender que eso le da menos probabilidad de ocurrir a ese escenario. Diaria, tienes periodos de nula volatilidad preparando un setup de Hamas o bueno, un setup de Israel en el 2025, que ya es más explosivo. Todavía estás en el 9.92%, todavía falta para expandir por encima del 15%, pero atentos que esto parece ser que la diaria nos va a dar la pauta para los movimientos agresivos que estamos viendo en temporalidades más altas. Por ahora estamos peleando con el 34, que es un poco abajo de la zona azul. El 34 está en $115,000 básicamente y la zona azul está en 115,100. De poder retomar esa zona, siguiente objetivo debería ser justamente el retesteo bajista en los 117,500 o hasta los 118,900 con la media. Ese sería el primer paso para poder decir que este fue el buen dip para comprar. Pero de nuevo, esto es para tradear. Si estás comprando el dip acá en solamente 115 en vez de 120 en spot porque estás guardando bitcoins, yo me esperaría una corrección más fuerte. No creo que tenga tanto sentido. Simplemente ahorita, en total, ¿cuánto sería ese movimiento si compraste todos tus bitcoins de acá al tope? Un 8%. No está mal, pero no, el riesgo que viene con ello es mucho más grande a llevarte un 8% sobre tu dinero si es que te llega a salir esa jugada, porque por ahora empieza a verse un poco dicey. Vamos a la de 4 horas. 4 horas podemos ver que venimos a retestear justamente acá esta zona de los $113,000. Estamos en el 61.8%. Siempre y cuando aguantemos por acá, eso nos da más preferencia a venir a la parte baja de la zona azul en los 116,600 y de ahí promedio del 9, 117, o la media en los 118, que vuelve y sigue apareciendo. 121 es la parte alta de la zona azul, que es donde creo y también donde veo estos wicazos, que creo que podemos encontrar ese rebote que ponga a todo el mundo eufórico una vez más, una vez que los pacos les digan las buenas noticias, pero tenemos volatilidad expandiendo en esta de 4 horas en este momento, con el movimiento a la baja, y vamos a tener que poner atención a ello, porque una vez más, todas las tablas de volatilidad en Bitcoin, digo, de momentum y todo eso, son bajistas en cortas temporalidades, y más allá de la mensual y 3 meses, son las alcistas, y las demás están 2 semanas, semanal está en medio, 5 días bajista, y más abajo de 5 días, pues bajista también. Y aquí es nuestra última esperanza, este EMA 200, es la de 8 horas, perdón, esta es la de 4 horas. Justamente estamos por debajo peleando con nuestro SMA 200. Nuestro SMA 200 es lo que queremos tomar. Si puedes, es más, yo lo vería aquí en la de 4 horas, porque si llegas a perder el SMA 200 en varios cierres, ¿no? Que está en 114,828. Empieza a perderlo, pierdes este mínimo, vas a ir a los 111. Definitivamente toda esa gente estaba en lo correcto. Ahora, estará en lo correcto si compras esto y va a rebotar, pero no rebota y continúa para abajo. Eso también tendríamos que ver. Hay muchas probabilidades aquí jugando, y de nuevo, esta vez tengan bastante cuidado, sean muy, 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 muy listos y pongan todos sus stop losses en lugares importantes, porque esto está jugándola al verga. Bitcoin está de don verga en este momento y quiere cogerse a todo el mundo en el edificio, ¿ok? Así que pongan atención una vez más. A mí en lo personal me encanta esta consolidación bajista, esta consolidación alcista, siempre y cuando tenga esto acá. Esto ahí me encanta, ¿ok? Y estás justamente peleándote con la media del canal, no tienes broncas si caes, justo una vez más esta zona. Se me hace que esto debería aguantar con la media, el SMA 200, para poder llevarnos una vez más a la parte alta de esto, 118 y cacho. Uf, interesante. Y tu breakout estaría por encima de esto, si es que te lo llega a dar hasta los 120, que es lo que estamos, que continúa apareciendo y apareciendo y apareciendo. Bitcoin está bastante sencillo de entender. Tienes aquí los rangos que les había dado antes. Voy a quitar, bueno, no, voy a dejar los SMAs. Lo que yo diría es, pongan muchísima atención a esto. Este mínimo es la parte baja del rango. Los 119,900 es la parte alta del rango, y la media del rango está en los 116,962. ¿Eres alcista? ¿Qué quieres ver? ¿Quieres entrar en long acá? ¿Quieres comprar donde estás? ¿Quieres poner tu stop loss con este mínimo? Y puedes vender acá o esperar a ver si te va mejor. Pero yo esperaría que el precio, si somos alcistas, que regresemos a esta zona. Ahora, aquí vamos a rebotar para abajo, no sé, pero también existe la probabilidad de que esto simplemente sea esto, 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 y vámonos para arriba. Entonces, aquí es donde tenemos que tener cuidado, pero el rango es bastante sencillo. Entre los 120,000, 117,000 y 114,000. Media es 117, alta es 120, bajo es 113. Pierdes esto, tu primer indicador va a ser el SMA 200, que estás ahorita justamente por encima de él por un dólar, literalmente. Esto te debería dar una oportunidad de long para hacer un poco de lana entre los 114 y los 117, hasta los 118 tranquilo, y ya de ahí puedes pelearte con la idea de los 120. Pero por ahora eso se ve bastante alcista. Vamos rápido a ver USDT Dominance. Podemos ver que ante esta caída fuimos a pelear también con el SMA 200 en la de 4 horas, y básicamente es lo mismo, o sea, estás viendo el mismo movimiento. La cosa extraña en esta es que la de 5 días, 5 días también tiene volatilidad expandiendo ante esta subida, como en Bitcoin. Y es donde nos quedamos de, ok, ¿cuál es la que tiene sentido? Yo continuaría con mi idea de que esto va a formar un nuevo mínimo, pero igual y está formando un mínimo más alto que estos. Y ahora, esto, para volverse preocupante, debería de pasar los 5.26, que es este wicazo aquí arriba, para poder decir que todo el mercado cripto debería de tener muchísimo cuidado con los siguientes movimientos. Dominancia de Bitcoin continúa siendo lo mismo. ¿Ya empezó el alt season que les prometieron todos sus pacos favoritos, o todavía no? Yo sigo esperándola, pero igual y la de todos los demás ya empezó, ¿no? No sé. Siempre y cuando continúes, no te lleves este mínimo acá en los 60-41%. Siguiente objetivo son los 62.33 y de poder romper estos 62.33, no veo por qué no vengas al 64 y de ahí crear un nuevo alto en la dominancia de Bitcoin y eso pues se cargaría todas las alts. Bastante sencillo, ¿no? Bitcoin en la de 5 días tienes tu promedio del 9 justamente en la parte baja de esto. Debería aguantar esta zona. Si aguanta esta zona, vas a tener buen long acá en el rango. Y si no aguanta esta zona, pues, tíos, vámonos a los 111. Y los 111, si no aguantan, yo donde digo, el mercado y Bitcoin tocó tope ya local, es si cae debajo de 106. Para mí ese es el número. Si caes de 106 y tienes cierres por debajo de 106, empiezas a ver esos. Bitcoin hizo el tope y vamos literalmente a la parte fea del mercado. Pero por ahora, siempre y cuando estemos por encima de eso, vamos a esperar a ver si podemos hacer un nuevo alto histórico. Pero de nuevo, la tabla nos está dando dos diferentes puntos de vista. Nos está diciendo que básicamente para arriba es correcto y para abajo es correcto. Así que simplemente pongan atención dentro de sus rangos y jueguenlos. Normalmente esta cosa ranguea más que subir o bajar. Y pues si se rompe el rango a la baja, ya saben qué hacer. Si se rompe el rango a la alza, ya saben qué hacer. Ahí lo tienen, los Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. Vámonos a ver Oclo.
Nice. Very excited for this month. It's going to be very exciting for markets as a whole.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just very excited about that after seeing Bitcoin. But Oklo, I mean, the chart that just goes up, it's simply in a weekly uptrend. You just made a new high, resistance right around at $80 flat, which makes sense. Nice psychological number. What I'm watching for now moving forward is the weekly close. I do think the weekly close going back under that $73.59 level is bearish for the short term, and we very well could just be back within this range, and we simply could be on our way to retest that weekly EMA 9. That is coming slightly above the meme line resistance, which is flipped now into support. That is right around $61.24. That does seem likely if we do end up closing under specifically this wick high here that we had in June 16th. When we look at the daily, you see you are starting to lose the daily 9. You did get the bounce front running the EMA 21, but still you do want to be watching this because what I see on the daily is potentially a trend shift. You have an evening star follow through. And again, on this daily close, which is also going to be the weekly, you're going to lose that daily EMA 9, which has been holding since we reclaimed it here in July 23rd. So it's going to be crucial to be watching because as it stands into Monday, you very well could get a little rally up to that $73 region before, finding resistance and then rejecting down. I want to be watching specifically that EMA 34 on the daily and maybe a wick down to that meme line right around $59.50. That to me seems very likely. That could grind out the next weekly higher low. And as long as you're not taking out the last week's low, anywhere around here seems very valid for that. So, you very well could see this EMA 9 into next week move up more, giving you more confluence, maybe a move down to like $62, maybe the high 61s before finding a bottom and then going up. Now, I'll be wrong on this, and we have an easy gauge on when we know this will go up again. It's simply when you start getting dailies back above that red line, that'll instantly mean that we're flipping this wick high back into support. Next obvious objective for me will just simply be testing around the all-time high, around $80, and possibly higher. But as long as you're under there, while even trend shifting, I do think it's more likely to get a pullback. That pullback on the weekly will be nothing more than a higher low, and you should be more bullish than bearish on this chart. But it doesn't mean you won't get pullbacks. I mean, you've seen even on the daily, it's very straight to the book. You retest the levels, throw it back, support holds, and then you expand. And then here you form a wick high rejection, you come down. EMA 34 holds. It's always often the extremity low before you reclaim support and then move back up. you found chop. So again, it makes sense if you go back and retest that EMA 34. You should be gauging that as kind of the extremity low, mixed in with simply that meme line. So Aqua overall is a very strong chart. Monthly close was very strong, and all this really simply will be is possibly a throwback to what was resistance and now flipped into support on the monthly. Actually very curious to see where that EMA 5 is. And yeah, we see that even right around, simply where that wick high is. This is, in my point of view, this is very bullish. So, you get kind of a confluence telling you that, any kind of pullback down to that $59, maybe $60 flat region, should get bought up. So could look something like this into the beginning of August. That gives you that weekly higher low, testing that weekly 9 before going up. So yeah, we'll really be dependent on this weekly closeout. Now, we don't want to front run this idea because this very easily can give you a trade. Let's say you want to short this in your bearish. Well, you've already taken out, in my opinion, the last higher low. This now has front ran the EMA 21. You want to see where this closes today, because into that new weekly on Monday, you very easily can get another retest of this area. You want to see if that's going to actually reject. And now bears are going to be using this high as their stop. So that in itself gives you a setup, but it's just going to be dependent on the close, because you very well could just get bought up. This actually flips $73.59 into support, closes the weekly above that, and the daily actually does hold and gets back above the EMA 9. If that does occur, then yeah, I'll be convinced that this will go up again. But until then, yeah, this just looks like it's in the brewings of bearish structure, and we'll get confirmation of that into next week. So anything else? Let me see. Strong chart, though. I mean, it is a strong chart. And even if you are a bear, it's like, yeah, you might get that pullback down to here, but that should be looked at as a major opportunity based on the monthly close. I'll only get more bearish on this chart if let's say we start closing back under this region. If we start losing specifically that $59.30 region, yeah, we'll then be officially back within this range. I'll have to be looking at maybe a move down to $45. But until then, I mean, we shouldn't be front running that idea. This is simply in a 2-day uptrend. And this still gives you confidence that even if you make a move down, as long as we're not really taking out this low, anywhere down to here should be looked at as an opportunity. Now, it could get, dirty, and that's what we talked about with this weekly. Bulls are going to be using the last weekly low as kind of their invalidation. But now with the weekly 9 moved up, past that zone, yeah, this very well could just test that before springing up. So overall, very strong chart. I'm just gauging trend here. And I do think trend is your friend until the end. Yeah, the daily can shift bear for a moment, but we shouldn't negate the higher time frames. And specifically when you get a brand new monthly candle, if you truly did, let's say, get a pullback, this would be the definition of bullish. You got a monthly reclaim. Into August, you're now throwing it back, retesting it. And then the idea would be, you'd want to see the expansion, maybe into late August. So, yeah, well, very strong chart, though. I mean, very bullish. Won't always be like that, but I mean, we should just play the trend and respect it. And so far, I mean, the weekly trend has just been respected pretty nicely.
Yeah. Yep. Yes, indeed. I mean, and your key levels are on point. Everything on Oklo looks good so far. Let's see if we have a breakdown, a little opportunity to add, or oh man, would be awesome if it just fucking goes down like a motherfucker, because this thing is going to be worth a lot of money eventually.
Yeah,
eventually.
We'll eventually get a pullback, like a sizable one. I mean, we did see that in the beginning of this year, essentially in February.
Right here.
But, until then, we should just be trading the easy money, not being a contrarian, and gauging that weekly higher low. Doesn't mean you can't play the range, though. So,
indeed. Yes, indeed, senor. Thank you. Okay, so we did Oklo, Roblox is next, and then 1 second, Google.
Okay, perfect.
Google, by the way, Google is going to be the next Ethereum for AI, for companies. The fact that people are sleeping on that, remember, AI plays are all about, well, first of all, execution and how they're using their, how they're training their models, the amount of people that they can get to, but data is the new gold. So who owns the most amount of data? Google, through Gmail, through YouTube, through Google. So fuck, that's going to be a good one. That's why I'm guessing people are starting to ask.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting idea because data is, in my opinion, just it's a currency in itself. And you are right,
Yeah,
Google owns all of it.
it's what made Zuck one of the richest people in the world.
Yeah, 100%. It's databases. If you can build databases where people just keep adding to the database more and more and more and make it richer with their own information, that's the way to win. And that's what they're looking for. So I think Google's going to be the dark horse in this race. That's where I'm going with my portfolio. On my AI plays, it's one of them. All righty. Enough of my stupid shit. Let's go. Estamos viendo Oclo. No podemos verla en la trimestral porque hay muy pocos datos, pero vamos a ponerle en la mensual para que vean esta deliciosa, tremenda tendencia alcista. Esto es Oclo en septiembre del 2024 en $5.88 en la parte baja. Y esto es Oclo llegando a tope en los $80, damas y caballeros. Menos de un año después. Un año después. Literalmente le tomó un año solamente hacer 1200%. ¡Qué mamada! Ok, por ahora, Oclo en la mensual pueden ver que está por encima de nuestra línea de resistencia, nuestro canal en los 73.67. Cerrar por debajo nos abre la puerta a que tal vez vayamos a ver este canal jugar. Si vemos todo este canal jugar, está perfecto siempre y cuando no rompamos este canal. Este canal en los 54, 55 dólares, si lo quieres llamar así. Lo rompes a la baja, hay muy poca actividad en el de abajo y eso podría meternos hasta la posibilidad de los 30, pero por ahora no, o sea, ni siquiera estamos ahí. Estás acá para ver si vas a consolidar o si simplemente vas a romper y consolidar por encima de esta línea. Esa es la pregunta del millón en este momento. 2 semanas. Y pueden ver también, volatilidad siempre está en extremos en Oclo, siempre. Lo mismo en la de 2 semanas, aunque no ha sido tan abusiva esta vez, simplemente estás por encima, pero volatilidad continúa expandiendo. Denme un segundo. Lo pueden ver por acá, está por encima del promedio y continúa en su camino en el 89%. Tranquilamente puede pintarte más extremos. Puedes ver toda esta tabla, es puro extremo. Recuerden que este es nuestro índice de volatilidad BBWP y lo que estás viendo aquí arriba es 100% de volatilidad, aquí abajo es 0%. Esta línea amarilla yo la puse en el 15%, que es lo que nos gusta ver, pero normalmente cuando ves estas líneas rojas, eso quiere decir que estás al 100% de volatilidad. Cuando estas líneas son azules, 0% de volatilidad, para que lo sepas. El promedio es la línea blanca y la línea de colores es la volatilidad. Y estando por encima del promedio, estamos expandiendo. Eso quiere decir que puede continuar con movimientos agresivos. 2 semanas se está creando un doji en este momento. Un doji es una vela de indecisión donde tienes básicamente casi el mismo tamaño para arriba y para abajo, y la parte gorda de la vela, que es el cuerpo, está en medio y es lo que nos está dando en este momento esta vela. Eso quiere decir indecisión, ni para arriba ni para abajo. Vamos a ver qué pedo que es. Pero pueden ver el rango de todo esto. Este sería un rango en donde jugar, porque literalmente topamos acá en el 73 y esta es la primera vela que nos da en la de 2 semanas un putazo a la alza en los 80, pero nos regresó por debajo de ese tope y siempre y cuando estemos por acá tenemos más probabilidades de ir a visitar estos 55 dólares que dar continuación a la alza. Pero si empiezas a ver cierres de 2 semanas por encima de los 73.67, ahí es donde vas a crear nuevos máximos históricos para Oclo. Más allá de eso, semanal, tenemos un poco de lo mismo, pero volatilidad ya está contrayendo en la semanal. Así que no tenemos nada por acá. Con volatilidad contrayendo, puedes ver que nos venimos a recargar nuestro promedio del 9 para despegar. Ahora estamos muy por encima, estamos creando una vela dojística, una vez más, de una vela de indecisión, porque tienes las patas para arriba, para abajo, y el cuerpo puede ser igual de gordo. Esta vela puede tener el cuerpo hasta acá, y siempre y cuando tenga las patitas del mismo tamaño es un doji, para que lo sepan. Más o menos como esto. Esta gatada fue un doji, que es, no sé para dónde vamos y pito, pero te dio, y esta también fue un doji. Hijos de puta, esto le gusta topear en dojis. ¡Ojo! A Oclo le gusta topear con dojis, ¿ok? En la semanal. En la diaria tenemos una vela topera de libro. Esta vela topera funcionó perfecto. Estás hablando de que si hubieras agarrado la parte baja de la vela topera a donde bajó una corrección de 22%, nada mal. Tenemos nuestra vela topera por acá. Vamos a ver qué pasa si ponemos un 22% abajo de nuestra vela topera. Nos llevaría más o menos a los $58, que tendría todo el sentido del mundo. Y pueden ver que estamos por encima de nuestro promedio del 9 en este momento. Esta es una vela diaria. La vela diaria ocupa de los 67 hasta los 74. ¡Qué locura! Nos está rechazando el promedio del 5. Estamos intentando aguantar el promedio del 9. Déjenme pongo el HPDR en la diaria. Aquí sí vale la pena. Y ver dónde estamos de toda esta tabla. Venimos de la parte alta del 88.3% y parece que estamos cayendo. El 50% y el 38% están en los 67 y eso me da más confluencia a que muy probablemente vayamos a ver a Oclo en este rango, por acá. Y este rango, una vez más, ocupa hasta los 55. Idealmente quieres que aguante acá los 58 para no tener que hacer más show y etcétera para agregar, pero los 55 son la parte baja del canal. Ahora, ¿podría simplemente aguantar dentro de los 64? Sí. O sea, podría simplemente consolidar acá sin problema alguno. Aquí la única razón, la única preocupación que deberías de tener si eres alcista en Oclo es perder esta zona de los 54. Te vas los 54 para abajo y aparte este mínimo acá encima en los 50, olvídalo. Esto va a regresar por ahí de los 30. Pero por ahora, siempre y cuando estés por este rango, es lo que está jugando. Lo que diría es, eres muy alcista, quieres empezar a ver cierres por encima de 73, 67. Hemos tenido 1, 2, 3, abajo, 1, 2, abajo. Entonces, no quieres ver la diaria acá, más de 3, estás hablando de 4 cierres para empezar a validarlo y no lo hay por arriba de 73 para ser alcista. Si no, vas a tener más probabilidades de venir a visitar una vez más los $65, vamos a llamarles así, y en el peor escenario, los 55. Pero yo creo que podríamos tranquilamente ranguear aquí. Hay bastante intercambio de manos por acá y ahora sí que también aparte tienes esto. Y ahora va a salir un canal paralelo. Denme un segundo. Vean esta belleza. Ahí estás. Aquí lo tienes. Si rompes esto a la baja, puedes caer hasta acá, pero siempre y cuando no, esto continúa en una parabólica hacia arriba, dentro de este canal. Si vienes, cada que toca la parte baja, va a ir a buscar la parte alta de la media, baja, altos, y ahora deberías de venir acá, por ahí de los 65 sería la corrección más esperada. Fácil. Oclo está bastante fácil para jugarlo, honestamente. ¿Cuál es la que sigue? What do you have, señor Farhan? What was it?
Robert Locks.
Robert Locks.
Robert Locks, Mr. Robert Locks. Sponsored by Robert Locks.
Robert Locks, the man with a great voice. I love that Robert Locks doesn't talk at all like that, but somehow we're giving him that rep. So I hope he sends us some
Robert
chocolate.
Locks is probably some like tech nerd. Sounds
Yes.
like
Yes.
sounds like Scott.
Like that? Probably.
He's just like, hey guys.
Probably.
This is
Wait,
the
Scott
one
looks
game.
very sad these days. I hope he's okay. He looks very bad on his, like just sad. I hope he's okay.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe all the comments are getting to him. It's okay. It's all love, Scott. It's all love.
It's all love. Like Robert Locks. Robert Love. We're going to change the name of the company.
Robert Locks, sure he is.
Look at this shit, by the way. Unbelievable.
Yeah, the ability that this game has to take parents' money away from them is unmatched. Unmatched. If you go to any one of these like daycare centers, every one of those kids are playing this game. Every single one.
That was that's the why it was my go-to, because everyone during the pandemic was complaining that their kids was spending too much money on it. I was like, they are? They're like, yeah, we can't do anything about it. I was like, oh, okay.
And very rarely do they win those chargebacks too, because every single time they try to charge it back, then
No, you're fucked. Yeah,
you're
it's final
absolutely
sales.
fucked.
Yeah, it's final sales.
After this pretty explosive move we've had on Robert Locks, we've been riding this 100% range on the HPDR basically every single time. I'm starting to think we are somewhere near a local top, if not already in. And I'll go as far to say that as long as we are below about $150.59, I think the local top is in. And I don't mean local top as in like it's going to go down only from here and it's just going to go to zero. I just put in a nice little higher low, consolidate a little bit, let all the oscillators cool down, and then try again for some new highs. And you can see that right now with momentum starting to shift down, very close to getting to the below the moving average, and volatility just about to go into a contracting phase. And since we had volatility expanding on a pretty massive move to the upside, a volatility contraction is likely going to be a nice little move to the downside. Probably not even that deep of a move to the downside. Maybe just a nice little retest of this 5 EMA, put in some nice healthy structure. The HPDR ranges can step up, and then we can try again for getting a closure over these previous all-time highs, right around this about $141.60 area. This close was at 137, so we couldn't quite do it. And this is what also fits into my idea of a somewhat of a temporary local top in this area, because this would be a swing failure pattern to the downside, where we took out the liquidity from this candle's high, failed to close above it, and now there's a lot of trapped longs right in this area who try to do the breakout trading after you broke previous all-time highs, failed to close, and then you end up sweeping them, removing that liquidity, which brings you back down to the 5 EMA, which is at that $910,000 area. It's the same idea as on Bitcoin, where I mentioned, where if you closed above 114,700, it would take out, it would fail to close below that previous wick low, taking some of that liquidity, giving you the fuel for a little bit of a bounce. This is the opposite, where it gives you the fuel for a little bit of a pullback. Let's go to the Jewel. The Jewel right now is still giving you a fresh buy signal. It confirmed on the last monthly close. Last time you had a confirmed buy signal, you went to the 100%, which we've already done that now. 2 week is now also at very, very extremes on momentum and volatility. We are basically getting a rejection from the 100%, putting in a nice shooting star candle. It's looking all but confirmed to me as a local top here at this $150 area. And we were also at the 97.5% range in the HPDR as well. So as long as we close like this, this type of shooting star candle, I'm thinking minimum we're coming down to somewhere around 110, but more likely probably somewhere closer to like maybe $100 flat. Yeah, I'd say $100 flat is a lot more likely than just 110. Weekly is still flipped to the upside with volatility still expanding, but if you look on the other side, the Jewel is now starting to give you a sell signal with the God mode background, and you're getting a massive shooting star candle. All signs are pointing towards, at the very least, a little bit of a pullback, giving you the same targets of around right around $100, and below $100, the next level I'd say is probably somewhere around like high 80s. 5 days, well, same look as the weekly, basically the same exact picture. 2 days now starting to flip down on momentum. This is going along with the idea of the local top. As of right now, volatility is still contracting, which is what we do want to see if we are bullish and want to see it make a higher low. If we look at the Jewel, this is one hell of a sell signal. You got the pink crossing below the yellow, dark blue below everything else, the God mode signal in the critical zone. This is almost as perfect of a sell signal as you could get. The only way,
a great one, textbook.
The only way that it would be better is if this dark blue was just a little bit closer over here, but that's not really that big of a difference. Let's take this one, which was not nearly as perfect as this one. It's close, but not as close. This one is just a peasant compared to that other one. One more, then we'll call it. I guess that's it. Wow, Mr. Locks, I was not familiar with your game. 3%? You can't count this next move because you went up like 20%, so that's a failure, unless you consider 3% a win. About 10%. That's okay. That's pretty good. Double digits. This one is more nice. I think this is the one that's closer to the one we have now. Yeah, this is one that's closer to the one we have now. 21%. 24.8%. Very cool. And then let's take the one we have as of this moment. We're down about 7.7%. Let's take it to, oops. Take it to somewhere around 10% first for a minimum. Bring this to about 123,000. Not 23,000. I'm thinking Bitcoin numbers. $123. That's right at the 123,000 for Roblox.
Holy fuck! I'll put all my money in there.
That $122, $123 area would be right on at the top 38.2% and the 9 EMA. But I'm thinking it's gonna be more closer to that 20-25% move. Let's measure that. That'll be, oh, what do you know? Right around 110 to $100 even. Very nice. And it with this being a 2-day setup, that would take roughly like, I think somewhere around 4 to 5, I'm guessing, candles to play out. That gives you almost 2 weeks. Should be enough time for the HPDR ranges to step up. Daily is also looking massively toppy. Same idea, as long as you're below $150, it's very likely that you're going to continue to get a deeper pullback from here. Daily momentum is still technically pointed to the upside, but it's not very strong, and it looks like it's going to point down very soon. Plus, it just looks bearish if you look at it from the candles. The confirmation for the breakdown towards that $100 area for me is going to be basically getting a tick below. What is this? About $118. Get a tick below 118. I think it's probably going to capitulate to like a little bit of a bounce at 109, 110, but probably resting somewhere around 100. And whether we're bullish or bearish, I do think we're going to get a pretty nice bounce from $100. 4 hours now, also confirming that idea of that short-term move down from here before any type of bounce, because momentum is now freshly shifting to the downside with volatility is, however, contracting. But you're about to get the volatility expansion once you lose this wick low right over here at about $116, so slightly higher than that $118 area. But that'll give you an aggressive move down towards the 100 EMA, which is slightly higher than that $100 area. It's about like 105. And then if you remember the next level of support, which was around that $80 area, that would be if we get a solid loss of this 100 and this 100 EMA, that would take you to the 200, and that's at that $80 area, which is ever so slightly going to make its way up. I'm personally of the bias that we're not going to test this 200. I think the 100 is going to be the spot. Let me switch to our side. Nothing. Weekly currently has 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, but it's safe to say it's played out, and you're already in the critical zone. Damn, no bearish divergence possible. That's funny. Things got strength. Oh, now you see some bearish divergences. That's nice. You have some highs, higher highs, lower highs on price. Nice possible bearish divergence on the 3-day. But you would have to close the candle below about $116.51 to confirm, which is going to be a little difficult, and that'll give you your target of that $100 area, and that'll be your easy target. See if it lines up with any of our RSI targets. Somewhat, about $91. It will update, to be fair. 2-day currently has active hidden bullish divergence. This is still going to be active as long as you're closing over about $116.50. And you could go all the way down to about $104, and this would, but you would have to bounce, and it would still be active. If you don't bounce, then you would invalidate it, because that would be the edge of the bullish control zone. And in the most bullish scenario, which I'm gonna preface it by saying I don't think this is gonna happen, but in the most bullish scenario possible, you would get a move down to 105, get a strong bounce back over about 116, put in a third drive of hidden bullish divergence, and then that would take you to new all-time highs even sooner. I just think that's extremely unlikely. It's a possibility, just extremely unlikely. And now what confirms that is the daily about to put in multiple drives of bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below about $135.65. That'll give you easy target of the neutral zone, which right now is at about $111. I like that number a lot. The next target is the critical bearish control zone. That's sitting roughly $90. 4 hours already confirmed the bearish divergence. And it's going to be confirmed as long as you're closing below about same number, $150.59. And that will give you an easy move towards somewhere around the neutral zone. That's at about $115. And bearish control zone is at a very beautiful $98. Basically, all things are pointing to me now towards somewhere around $85 to $90 range. I don't think that $100 area is gonna hold. Maybe for a strong bounce, but that's gonna be a shortable bounce. Monthly is still pointed to the upside in the critical zone. Is it putting in divergence? There's some slight hidden bullish divergence, but it's very arguable to say it's played out. Volatility is getting a little high, but it likes to get to 100%, so you won't get much off of that. But monthly is still going to be positioned to the upside as long as you're closing over about $111.49. But just because monthly is pointed up doesn't mean price has to shoot up. It just means price won't go down as aggressively as it would if momentum was pointed down. And now 2-week is very close to freshly flipping down. In 4 hours, it will flip down. And it will flip down as long as you close below $144.44. And let's see if there's any divergence present. No, just barely escaped having bearish divergence. Weekly is already flipped to the downside, and it will remain down as long as you're closing below about 150, about 149.53. We're getting some volatility contraction with the downwards momentum, though, so there's hopium for your higher low. 5-day as well, same picture as the weekly, basically the same exact pivot too. 2 days also strongly positioned to the downside, breaking out of the critical zone, and you're going to be positioned down as long as you're closing below 146.71. Daily is now freshly flipping to the downside, rejecting the critical zone, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 136.16. And 4 hours now very close to flipping to the downside. But if it flips down here, it will be a rejection of the bullish control zone, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below. It will flip down as long as we close below 126.80. So a little bit lower. And what gives me more bias that that's going to flip down is that the hourly is already flipped down as well, and that's going to remain down as long as you're below 140. So let's go into the macro. This Roblox on the macro looks extremely bullish, but I'm seeing a liquidity grab on the high time frames where we did sweep above the previous all-time highs and failed to close above them. Combined with hitting very extreme areas on the HPDR and getting volatility and momentum maxed out, it is looking like a local top as long as we are below about $150. And I do think we are going to get a pullback from here. On the high time frames, momentum is still pointed up, but on all of the lower ones, it is starting to flip down, and it is giving me, as well as bearish divergences, which all line up with targets around $100 for a bounce. And I do think we will get a pretty decent bounce from $100, maybe all the way back to 110 or 115. But I am on the side that $100 bounce will fail, and I'm looking for somewhere between around 85 to like around $90 to $95 to be tested, somewhere below that $100 zone. And I do think that is going to be the area where we're going to grind out a higher low. So those higher time frame HPDR ranges can step up, and then we can try again while we're not hitting the 100% range on the HPDR. Then it'll be much easier to hit new all-time highs. The invalidation right now is, switch it to 2-week, either getting a tick below about $50 or a weekly close below about, I'd use this one, at about $91. Aside from that, I do think it's going to grind out a higher low and then continue up.
Very nice. Very, very nice, Senor. Thank you. We got Tesla and Rivian after. I know Alex is doing Google, so.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yeah, Google's
Robert.
chart is looking interesting.
Yeah.
Excited to look at this one.
Oh, yeah. No. Wow.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
Yeah. Oh, wow. He's right. This is a big cup and handle pattern right here. This shit's gonna fucking eventually get here. Hopefully, we'll grind our lower low, our higher low here, and then just go there. Well, you need the consolidation, right? Like you haven't had it really.
Yeah. Get that handle.
Yeah, the
That
volatility oscillators have to cool down, and then you can bust it
Yeah.
again.
absolutely. Let's get it then. Thank you, my boys. Thank you, Mr. Farjano, Mexicano. Ok. Estamos viendo Roblox en la mensual, porque no hay tantos datos. Recuerden que esto salió en el 2021, tuvo este máximo histórico justamente acá en los 141 y desde entonces se fue al nepe hasta los $20 y ahora está 5 o 6 veces arriba en $126 en este momento, con un máximo histórico de $150. A Roblox, para anotar instantáneamente, le encantan los números importantes, por lo que hay que mantenerlo en cuenta. Lo que estás viendo acá en esta temporalidad, si lo quieres ver así, en un segundo. Lo que estás viendo por acá en esta temporalidad mensual es básicamente un patrón de tasa y agarradera formándose, ¿no? Donde ves acá toda la tasa y ahora nos falta esto. Y esto nos falta no solamente para formar el patrón que nos da ese objetivo acá arriba en los 232, pero simplemente falta porque ha sido muy potente esta subida y muy rápida. Tiene que respirar. Cuando abrimos, por ejemplo, el HPDR, puedes notar que en la mensual llegamos al 100% con la vela pasada, lo pasamos y ahora estamos cayendo al 88%, que está en los estará en los 122 si es que llegamos a caer por ahí. El 61.8% está en el 99 y la parte alta de la zona azul en el $90, damas y caballeros. Por lo que estamos viendo esto nos dice que tiene virtualmente casi nada de probabilidades de continuar, pero siempre y cuando podamos hacer esto con un par de sesiones, vamos a poder hacer que todo esto suba y poder continuar sin que esté completamente exhausto el movimiento. Además de que tienes volatilidad entrando en extremos, pero Roblox viene de extremos, así que no le molestaría para nada ir a pintar otro extremo y continuar esa subida, para nada. 2 semanas, también tenemos volatilidad expandiendo. Tienes esta vela que ya pasó del 100% de los 144 a los 150 y justamente estás entre el 97.5 y el 100%. El 97.5 está en los 122 y una vez más, la parte alta de la zona azul, 82, el 78.8% está en los 100. Así que todo esto simplemente es el rango donde va a estar tradeando Roblox pronto. Además, en la semanal estás creando una vela topera en este momento que ya llegó al 97% y te rechazó hasta el 78%. Si eres muy alcista, quieres aguantar arriba de los 126, esta línea que está acá de meme. Si no, muy probablemente vas a ver la parte alta de la zona azul o hasta nuestro promedio del 9 o en un sacrificio humano, la media que está justamente en los $99. Peor escenario, los 90, aunque yo creo que sería mega oportuno que llegara ese escenario. Vamos a la diaria. Tienes volatilidad contrayendo. Tienes este super velazo del día de ayer cuando está haciendo un gap hacia arriba, ahora para abajo. Y lo que yo estoy viendo es que el 38.2% está justamente en los 125, 126, donde está mi línea meme por acá. Si esta línea llega a aguantar, la consolidación va a ocurrir por encima de. Si no, vas a tener probabilidades y lo que he estado viendo es esto. más o menos. Dame un segundo para ponérselas a todos ustedes los que lo están viendo por acá. Sí, sí. Ok, vamos a ponerla, hacerla amarilla y pintar bonito. Ahí está. Es donde perdí este rango acá. Ok, para que lo vean sin tanto desmadre. Bueno, aunque el desmadre sigue ahí, pero sin tantas cosas por ahí. Roblox está pintando una vela topera, es completamente una garra de liquidez, lo puedes notar por supuesto acá, es bastante obvia, esta es la semanal, los voy a llevar a la diaria. Tuviste este gran putazo a la alza, $150, que fue el alto histórico, fue justamente el día de ayer, y ahora vienes de vuelta a retestear tu 5 y tu promedio del 9. Si aguantas por encima de los 126.40, que es justamente la línea verde, y empiezas a consolidar acá, esa va a ser tu mejor oportunidad, los 126 para comprar. Si rompe los 126, tu siguiente objetivo debería de ser literalmente los 118. Si se lleva los 118 para abajo, ¿me atrevería a hacer eso? No. En realidad voy a decir los 112. Te llegas a llevar los 112 para abajo, vas a ir hasta los 100. Estas son oportunidades porque va a continuar en tendencia alcista y ahora te digo dónde vamos a estar si la cagamos. 99, 112 o tal cual donde está justamente ahorita el precio en los 126, 127. Depende hasta qué tanto nos vaya a dar el retroceso y todo esto seguiría siendo alcista. Donde te pones bajista es por debajo de esta línea verde, en los 73.60. Si vas a tener un wicazo así en chinga de olvídalo, esto se va a ir para abajo. Y si llegas a empezar a tener cierres semanales por debajo de $90 planos, $90 planos, empezaríamos a decir que tal vez no vamos a tener ese rebote que esperábamos y tal vez Roblox entre en un mercado bajista. Pero por ahora continúa siendo alcista, está muy fuerte. Justamente esta zona es muy importante para el precio en los 126.46 y con que los aguante, Roblox va a continuar a la alza y con fuerza, solamente para que lo sepan. Y si no, te da una excelente oportunidad para agregar a tu posición en estos ajustes. Ok, vámonos a la que sigue. Google. Google.
Let's take a little look-ski at Google because it actually played in exactly what we wanted to. We were talking about this channel. You know, the bias was potentially a breakdown for sure volatility. You know, in July, in the beginning of August, and we got that. We got volatility. It was a breakout. We retested the top side of this channel before going up. Now we talked about that 193 resistance being a big zone. As long as we're going to stay under this, specifically on a 2-week and weekly, this is going to be more in bearish posturing for me. We talked about the possibility of a head and shoulders here being formed, and for me now, it looks like that right shoulder has been formed. It's going to be very crucial to see in the coming weeks where Google actually goes to, because as it stands now, this is turning into quite a nasty 2-week candle. This is closing today, and what bears ultimately want to see is this flipping red, and then into the next 2 weeks, they want to see follow through on this. For me, as long as we are above, right, $175, or specifically that 2-week EMA9, you know, bulls can retest this and even consolidate a little bit around that zone. But as long as you are above that, this very well could just be a range and more like a bait for shorts if we're not fully breaking down. But for me now, I do want to see follow through, and I'll get confirmation of potentially this brewing a bigger breakdown once we actually lose that $175 on like a 2-week close. Now going to the weekly as well is telling an interesting story for me because you potentially are getting a deviation play. You reclaimed last week that zone, i.e. this wick high. We wanted this to be flipped into support, sitting right around $193.48. Into this week, you weren't holding that back test. And now, I mean, we'll see what happens in this close. But if bulls cannot, you know, get this bought up and actually reclaim or get above $193, yeah, this will look like a failed reclaim. Into the next week, you'll be looking for this potentially to give you a short. And even more so, you could be using this area now as a stop loss instead of this if you wanted to be more conservative and have more of a tight stop loss, of course. This potentially could be an actionable setup I may give to the Academy. Very minimum, you could just go and test that weekly 9. That alone could give you a pretty nice setup, giving you around 5%. So no matter how I'm looking at it, I am seeing a pullback on Google. We've seen pullbacks to the weekly 9 before in this region, so I don't see why this time would be different. Now, again, only if we start getting back above $193, where I'll start becoming bullish and I'll actually start considering a move up to, around that 202 to maybe like $207 region. But until then, I do think $176 is brewing. Let's see the new monthly. Look at that. Nice fresh monthly candle. But again, couldn't really reclaim support. We even saw that this was, even if you just want to look at it like this, a massive deviation. You would be gauging a move up to this region anyways. That was kind of our reasoning behind that. If we did end up pumping up, why we'd want to be gauging that $193 as major resistance. And that's simply just based on this being a major bearish retest. Now, you weren't able to actually reclaim that zone. So that's a big, that's kind of telling for me that, if you did end up rallying up to the zone, you need to be looking at this red line, this wick high as resistance now. Now, it doesn't mean that it's a death sentence. What you have here is that monthly 9 beautifully moved up to around that, $178 region, closer to $179. So even if you got that pullback down to the bottom side of the range, still would be looked at as bullish. And that's why I'm using specifically the weekly and 2-week, because I do think once you start losing that $175 region, that's when we can actually start considering a deeper pullback on Google. But until then, we'll have to really see where bears take this. You very easily can get a pullback and then this zone holds, and then you simply trap bears and lead to like a breakout move. But not the best 2-week candle closing here, specifically when you're in this formation and all this really could be was just a bearish retest on the monthly. Let's see here. Let's look at the 5-day. 5-day, same thing like the weekly, just giving you kind of that SFP play. You've seen this before where once you reclaimed above the zone and then lost it, this is kind of the spark of the bigger move down. Now, granted, I will say you didn't, you're not under the 5-day EMA 9 yet. And that's why we want to be watching that carefully. But even if you're the most biggest bull on Google, you still can't argue with the fact that this very well could go down 5%, 4 or 5%, and then actually get a bounce. And that's kind of what we want to be careful about. If you're popping back within this range, it very well could open up, move back down to support. And so if you can't, afford that, or if you're an aggressive long here, you definitely want to reconsider that if like this move is going to be detrimental, because it does seem very likely to me at this point. So we'll have to see. Let's see kind of what the HPDR closed, if it's telling us anything. Oh, wow. And even this is still in breakdown mode. It's very interesting to see that, actually. Flip side, this is in breakout mode. But we'll have to see where this 2-week really does shift. Regardless, still can't afford a pullback, still would be okay. And that's why I do think using that $175 zone is kind of like your line in the sand. That does make sense to me. And that just is the logical zone to get a bounce before, anything else really. It's not really until you start losing that where, this potentially could be in like a weekly breakdown. And the next target would be right around that weekly EMA 100, which is sitting around $162. Very interesting. So, in summary, Google got the breakout. That breakout took us right around that zone that we wanted to watch carefully, right around $193. But, bulls were unable to reclaim that into July. So that does put it still in bearish posturing. You want to be really watching carefully that monthly 9. If you start losing specifically $175 on like a weekly close, that will really start indicating or signaling to me a breakdown. And that breakdown easily could take us down closer to the $150 region. But until then, you don't want to front run that idea. Play the pullback. You can play the volatility to the downside, but you don't want to get blindsided of that. A 5% move definitely still can be bullish. It's not really until you start losing that $175 where I'll become a perma bear or more aggressive on the bearish posturing. But until then, yeah, I mean, I do think I'll pull back here. That'll either trap bears playing this head and shoulders, or it'll actually play out and you'll get a deeper pullback, specifically down to like that $150 region. So yeah, I do think August is going to be a big month for markets. Google seems very lined up and primed for a move. And we're even seeing that here. This is the lowest monthly volatility that we've had actually ever recorded on Google. Now, it's not a full setup, but still, when I see that, I'm like, wow, this is even lower than what we had in 2019. This does tell me a major move is coming on Google. And this isn't the most confident bullish chart at all. I mean, this is still in a monthly breakdown. Even if Google went all the way up to a new high and hit that $212 zone, it still would be looked at as like a bearish. It was just a retest of the breakdown right here. So I don't think that will occur. I honestly do think that potentially the high is in locally. The high that we had in July, I'm expecting to kind of hold. And honestly, I'm expecting a move down in August, and we're potentially seeing that now. So watch $175 carefully. Use that as your line in the sand. And into next week, if you do get that retest of around $193, the Academy and I myself will be looking to maybe short this because, we were talking about this setup. We finally have gotten the formation. The monthly could not reclaim $193. So for me, I do think that's primed up for a short. And that could even play into maybe risk does just kind of get a pullback into August. And maybe Bitcoin does kind of sell off because, Google is not looking the most bullish to me as it stands. I think.
Oh, sorry. God damn it. Fuck me. I was. Thank you. Thank you for telling me, and thank you for noticing. At least we're not falling asleep right now. This is good. The chart looks. It doesn't look great. This is why I like it. Kind of like the Ethereum play, right? Everyone was saying Ethereum's gonna go to fucking zero, and it's like it's just so cheap. I understand the chart shit, but it's got all the things going for itself. And it's kind of like the same here. It just took a little bit for everything to come out. And I think the same thing will happen here. Now, the amazing opportunity here would be if this shit goes and does something like this.
Yeah.
Because then you have the opposite, right? Head and shoulders and inverse one. That would be ideal. Now, that depends. Are we going to go into a bull market straight or not? And also, are the technology companies going to skip a bear market now that they don't need to have employees?
Yeah, it's true. And I like your chart because it just does show like if we did go down to that 170, just simple mid-range test. I mean, nothing crazy. And that's kind of what I wanted to hit home on Google. Very well can afford a pullback. I'm actually expecting that. But again, as long as you're not really losing that $175 region, I personally just got to keep my bearishness in check. But once you do lose that, I do think then we can easily go to that $148, $150 region. Lose that, then, well, it's probably not good. But so with your scenario with that yellow line, if we got it, I totally agree. I do think that would be the extremity low. You're just playing the range, and then maybe you'll get another shot at testing 190s.
Yeah, that'd be fucking swell. That'd be fucking swell. I mean, either way, the idea is for a long term, but it's looking good. Either way, it's looking good for in a certain way for bears, and it's looking good in a certain way for bulls, right? Depending on what your time horizon is.
That's true. Because even when I'm looking at your chart in like 2022. That bear market was just playing the range. And then you went all the way down. That was the opportunity. And then boom, up, just playing the range. So
I like these big companies because that's all they do.
Yeah, truly.
Yeah, it's a very simple kind of move. Either way, thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
No worries.
Very clear. Ok, estamos viendo Google, damas y caballeros. Una vez más, mi caballo negro en lo que es inteligencia artificial. ¿Estoy comprando en estos precios? No, estoy esperando. Ahora, va a ser difícil analizar esto y decirles cuándo Google va a reventar. Acabo de crear este canal para que puedan ver que cada que tocamos la parte alta, caemos a la parte baja, parte alta, parte baja, y lo que debería de seguir en realidad sería la parte alta. Y aquí es la pregunta, ¿no? Porque después de ser un bajo más alto, ¿qué es lo que sigue? Un alto más alto. Pero si te detuviste acá y este en verdad fue tu siguiente movimiento, esta es una tabla mensual y este fue tu alto, estás haciendo un alto más bajo que esto y eso te daría básicamente la idea de que va a ser un bajo más bajo que este. Pero ¿será eso o no? Vamos a ver, analizarlo. Voy a quitar esta cosa para no hacerlos tanto bolas. Vamos a empezar en la trimestral y pueden ver por qué es tan fácil ver esto en sobre todo temporalidades altas. Esto es 2021, esto es 2022, esto es 2025. Esto es el bajón de los aranceles. Entonces, pueden ver que respetó perfectamente esta zona. A mí me encantan este tipo de tablas por lo fáciles que son de seguir. ¿Por qué? Porque recuerda, cada que tenemos resistencia y después lo transformamos en soporte, se convierte en el siguiente nivel y sabes que vas a ranguear acá. Una vez que rompes resistencia, sabes que vas a ir al siguiente nivel por encima de. Lo único que tienes que hacer es empezar a cerrar trimestral, mensual por encima de 192. Esa es mi opinión personal para poder tener un escenario completamente alcista. Por ahora, veniste a retestear el promedio del 5 con esta vela trimestral. Y en ese retesteo te dio el golpe a la alza. En la pasada tuviste el retesteo del 9, un front run del 21 y eso te llevó hasta acá arriba. La pregunta es, después de hacer mínimo, máximo, ¿este es el siguiente mínimo? Es difícil decir que no, pero también es imposible decir que sí, ¿no? En este punto. Ahorita vamos a ir más acercándonos un poco más. Vamos a ver el HPDR donde estamos justamente acá. Y también nuestra línea meme coincide con la media que está aquí arriba. Si podemos romper una vez más los 191, deberíamos de ir a hacer máximos históricos. Esto el HPDR lo pone perfecto de cómo está en mi tabla. Si puedes romper esto, no solamente vienes acá a los 211, el siguiente rango se abre hasta los 238 para mí, ¿ok? Y es donde yo esperaría que sea el siguiente canal de estos, básicamente. Mensual tienes volatilidad expandiendo, no de la zona más baja de toda la historia, no, pero la tienes expandiendo como sea. Perdón. Ahora, estamos expandiendo, venimos ¿qué es esto? El 78% y estamos subiendo. Estamos intentando venir a buscar la parte baja de la zona azul que está en 211. Eso nos pone máximos históricos para 220 una vez más. Y ahora la tesitura sería la parte alta de la zona azul. La cosa a no perder sería básicamente acá en los 178. Con que aguantemos los 178, esto debería de contar como simplemente zona de apoyo para poder ir a buscar esto. Pero esta es una tabla mensual. En realidad lo que quieres ver es que aguante el 178, romper los 197 y ya de ahí podemos empezar a considerar máximos históricos. 2 semanas, tienes una vela topera en este momento con volatilidad contrayendo. Esta vela topera, este es 1, 2. Ahora, lo que me gustaría ver acá es hombro, cabeza y acá que rebote para abajo, encuentre acá la media en los 170 y de ahí se dé la vuelta. Si llegase a darse ese escenario, vamos a ver cuál sería el objetivo de este hombro, cabeza, hombro, más o menos por acá. $250 debería de ser el siguiente objetivo en ese escenario, con que aguanten los 170. En realidad, con que no te lleves este mínimo en los 140 con que no te lo lleves, estarías formando eso. La cosa más fácil si eres alcista es simplemente romper los 192 y empezar a cerrar por encima de. Solamente hemos tenido 2 cierres por encima de en la de 2 semanas. 1, 2, el tercero no fue confirmación, fue una vela envolvente bajista. Y eso nos llevó al movimiento de los 140 con la guerra de aranceles de Trump. Desde ahí, tienes este estilo hammerhead de vela que va para arriba y ahorita te está dando la idea de que está haciendo un alto más bajo. Lo único que tienes que hacer es simplemente romper esta tendencia para poder considerar que este va a ser, ¿no? ¿Qué es? La zona verde, lo ponemos así y lo ponemos, ¿qué te parece así? No se ve tanto. Lo pondremos así. Es todo lo que quieres ver para romper a la alza. Pero de no aguantar, esto es donde se está fría formando tu siguiente hombro y esta es la zona de breakout, básicamente los 198, 197 dólares por ahí. Semanal, ya estás por encima de la zona azul, estás, después de haber ido al 78.6%, estás cayendo una vez más a la parte alta de la zona azul y rebotando. Interesante. Si puedes rebotar acá y aguantar, no bajar de los 188, vas a dar continuación y probablemente te vas a llevar estos máximos en los 197 y siguiente objetivo deberían de ser los 202. De perder la zona azul, tu siguiente objetivo deberían de ser los 179 y si no la parte baja de la zona azul en los 100, una vez más 170. Y de ahí el 61.8% sería el extremo en los 165 o 161, que es donde está el EMA 100 en la semanal. Si llega a pasar eso, de nuevo, estaría creando la perfecta estructura alcista para poder rebotar con mucha fuerza la alza. Diaria, volatilidad contrayendo. Estamos cayendo a la parte baja de la zona azul y es lo que nos está aguantando por ahora. Lo que queremos aguantar es una vez más los 187. De poder aguantar esto, deberíamos ir a testear la media en los 192 y esperemos buscar cerrar por encima. Eso nos llevaría a la parte alta en los 195. Si podemos aguantar por acá, deberíamos de ir a buscar los 198, los 200 dólares básicamente, ya porque es un número psicológico y eso nos pone en tesitura muy alcista. Muy fácil, damas y caballeros. Muy, muy fácil. Google está en una tendencia clara alcista a largo plazo. Creo este alto, este mínimo, este alto más alto, pero hizo un mínimo más bajo y ahora tiene este nuevo alto tal vez más bajo. La jugada perfecta para cualquier degenerado en el casino del tío Salo, perfecta, porque sería la oportunidad clara, sería que esto caiga acá a los 100, perdón, se abrió mi diccionario, a los 169 y que de aquí rebote y rompa esta resistencia que viene en diagonal para abajo. Sería el perfecto hombro, cabeza, hombro explosivo a la alza y el objetivo de eso son 250 dólares. Si también cae, ponte tú, de acá, de donde estamos, hasta los 148 y aguanta, sería igual, mismo objetivo 250, simplemente la oportunidad sería más grande. Entonces, oportunidad grande, 170. Oportunidad media, 182. Oportunidad no tan buena, los 186. Ahí lo tienen al alza. Y estamos mal con esto si nos llevamos este mínimo en los 140. Si te llevas los 140, olvídalo para abajo. Y si cierras por debajo de los 161 velas semanales, también empezaríamos a pensar que esto va a ir para abajo. Ahí tienes tu invalidación y ahí tienes toda tu validación también, brother. Ahí lo tienen. Ok, vamos a la que sigue. Mr. Farhano.
Vámonos a que sigue. Whatever it is.
Yeah, it's good. Vamos a la que sigue. That's the next one. That's pretty good.
All right, I get it right. I get it right. I thought I
Yeah,
fucked it
look
up.
at, that's why you're Farhano.
Yo soy el mexicano. It rhymes too.
Yeah, it is pretty good.
Do I do the quarterly or the monthly? Let's see. If it will update. Oh, I guess the internet connection doesn't work for Nazis.
Oh, so Sydney Sweeney is probably not being able to upload anything to her Instagram stories.
I see.
Yeah. Now, do you know that now liking blonde girls with blue eyes, big tits, big ass, and like very cute and talented is a Nazi thing? Like, if
Is
you
that why
like those type of girls,
is that why people are saying she's a Nazi?
well, they're saying she's a Nazi because she made the commercial for the jeans that she was wearing. They made a joke about great jeans and like genetics, kind of with the jeans, and
Oh,
that
I
was
see. I see.
that's enough to get brain tarts going once you create that narrative
Yeah,
because
that's
they'll
rage
repeat
bait, though.
anything. Yeah, of course it is. It's great. That way we can all fight, because this girl just wearing jeans and making an ad for a clothing company is more than that. It's a very Nazi thing. That's right.
These companies are getting smarter and smarter with their rage bait. All you gotta do is
Yeah.
make people angry.
Yeah, I know, but it's and by the way, it serves multiple purposes, right? Because then that allows for everyone to just be a complete idiot and not realize what's going on, and you get to promote your shit everywhere. I'm sure there's so many people buying it just out of spite of those retards saying that it's a Nazi thing.
Yeah, so like on one hand, sure, there might be a couple of people who are angry and not gonna buy, but the people who are angry on the other side are more than make up for those losses.
We'll see.
It usually happens that way. I think it was what was the last one that ended up failing? I don't remember. Where a bunch of people got upset and then it still ended up being the number one. It doesn't really matter.
I mean, that happened to
Many
everything.
times.
Yeah.
So on the quarterly on Tesla right now, there is a little bit of worrying signs on the momentum where it tried to flip back up over the moving average, got rejected it, and flipped back down. You haven't gotten the close just yet. You got 2 months left to go, so it could flip back around within those 2 months, but it's a little bit unlikely as long as you are below about $350. As long as you can, once you can start to get above $350, that's where it becomes much more likely this momentum is going to start flipping back to the upside. Yeah, that's going to be a rejection of the bearish control zone, and it's going to put in some nice bullish divergence that'll take you up to somewhere around this top 38.2%, which is right along our current, a little bit below our current all-time highs. It's about $436. Also, all-time highs is like 480s. Once you're at this point, I do think you're probably going to get a little bit of rejection, maybe some consolidation. And then on the next move, I think you're probably going to go sweeping through these all-time highs. It's going to be towards somewhere around that low to mid $500 area, which will likely come back up in the other setups. Right now, volatility is very close to getting into extreme lows. The only times volatility has ever been this low in Tesla's history was once right here, where we had our massive moves expansion to the downside from about $384 all the way down to $101. The next time we had volatility this low was in January of 2020. Price was about $23, and we went to 414 or 400 and whatever, 414. That's a lot. It's like a 20x. The other time volatility was this low, price was about $18. Let's see, $25 actually, and it fell from there to $11. So safe to say this setup produces some or this volatility setup produces very significant results. As of right now, I am slightly biased that this the volatility is going to expand to the upside. The reason why I do think it's going to expand to the upside is because of this closure right here. Significance was taking out this wick high, putting the trend back to the upside. So as long as these lows are holding, I do think that volatility expansion is going to happen eventually to the upside. Where it becomes in question is if you start closing below about $214.25. Then it becomes very likely that's going to happen to the downside. If you look at the Jewel right now on the quarterly, Jewel is also confirmed two closures with a light blue buy signal. And the Jewel is putting in hidden bullish divergence by taking out these previous lows, price putting in a significantly higher low. Last time we had confirmed buy signal on the Jewel was also during that 2020 uptrend where we went up several, I think it was several X's, 2,000 or 3,000%, something like that. Go to the monthly. Monthly currently is still positioned to the downside on momentum, getting very close to the critical zone and the bearish control zone. The only times we've ever been slow on monthly momentum has been right along our 2024 lows from the tariffs, I believe it was, and then the other time was around the bear market bottom of 2022. So a very significant area of these momentum to be this low in momentum, where price has not really done that much. All it really does is just put in possibility of hidden bullish divergence when momentum breaks this low and price doesn't really do that much. As of right now, as long as you're closing over about $259, you will have the possibility of some pretty powerful hidden bullish divergence because momentum is broken significantly below these lows here. The confirmation of that divergence will be getting a close over about $338. If you can get a monthly close over $338, that'll give you an easy move back to your all-time highs, based off of a monthly hidden bullish divergence. Right now, there is still a bullish cross with the pink above the yellow, so the hopium still does live. There's there's a sell signal on the opposite hand with the dark blue, but the pink over the yellow is slightly more powerful than that. And if we are going to be bullish, we would want to see it curve around over here and start to give you a neutral and then a light blue buy signal and curve back around. Haven't gotten that yet, and we don't want to front run that. We want to wait for the closure, confirming this is a local bottom over $338. 2 week. 2 week is also flip to the downside on momentum with volatility at extreme lows, and 2 week is also putting in that possible hidden bullish divergence. 2 week will also 2 week will have to close over about $331. Lines, see if it's anywhere over HPR areas, a little bit below at 38.2%, but closing over 331 would give us that hidden bullish divergence, and that would also send us up towards the 400s if confirmed. We're resting right along that median right now. So as long as we are holding that median, this would be the area to bounce from to retest the 350s. Lose the median, probably going to get a deeper pullback, retest somewhere around like, I think around like 260s, 270s, right around that 55 EMA. Lower time frames will confirm. Weekly is also right at that breakdown zone at that 38.2%. It is currently still holding. We have basically like 3.5 hours. If we close below that 38.2% at about say $305, that's when you get that move into the 270s, 260s. As of right now, it's holding, and if it does hold, you'll probably get another retest of it, and then even if we're bearish, you're very likely going to bounce a little bit from there. If what's going to confirm the reversal is going to be that, let's see if it's the same area, $338. 5 days, very came close to flipping up, now it's flipping back down. I guess you could say, I'm not sure, I'm not getting a good reading. Is it over or below? It's technically very slightly by its
Seems
edge
below,
over.
no? Is it?
Isn't it above?
No, hang on. You can tell by the two numbers on the right because the red is below the blue.
Yeah, I see. So it's the red is more negative, so the blue is slightly above.
Mm-hmm.
Very, 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 very slightly, ever so slightly. Momentum is in the positive. So if we can hold that 38.2%, momentum will continue more into the positive, giving more towards the side of a bounce from this zone. We are currently losing that 38.2% though. You're slightly below it. Today also right at that same 38.2%. Very interesting. 2 days not quite giving you any hidden bullish divergence. If momentum were to go a little bit lower, then it would give it. Right now, there's no real possibility of divergence. Volatility is contracting, and Jules close to giving you a sell signal, but hasn't done it yet. Daily has possible hidden bullish divergence as long as you're closing above $305, and that will confirm with the close over about $330.50. That'll give you a move back into somewhere around like 360. Not quite 400s, but once you're back in the 360s, that becomes a lot more of a playable move into the current highs. We have lost the 38.2% on the daily, which is a little bit worrying. So move back into somewhere around $320 very likely could be a bearish retest. And even if we are bearish, we very likely do get a bounce in this area. And the prime opportunity zone, if you are bearish, is going to be that $320 to $330 area. And then you can just put your stop loss at like 330, 340. Very, very tight in validation.
Oh, so tight.
The tightest. For our kind of front running that 200 SMA, very would have been fun to be one of the people who had your bids right exactly at that 200 and missed it by pennies.
It's the fucking worst.
Absolute worst. That's why I started front running all of my orders, every single one. I don't care if it's still off.
Yeah. No, I agree.
And now the 4 hours also about to starting to give you the idea of a short-term bounce from here by taking out these lows. And as of this moment, it looks like it's going to close above these lows. That should give you a move as a bearish retest back into the silver cross. Because now we have a fresh silver cross to the downside, and we haven't gotten a retest of that 9 EMA yet. So if we assuming we continue to close above this wick low, confirming this as a swing failure pattern, very likely gets that bearish retest somewhere around that 9 EMA towards that 100 EMA, a little bit closer towards the silver cross, also right around that $320 area. And if we assuming the trend is going to stay intact, because the trend is your friend, likely we will reject that area and dump towards somewhere around like 270s to 260s. And if you're wrong, goes above 340, just flip back, flip long on the higher low at about 370s towards about 415, 420. Very easy invalidation on both sides. Right now, the 4 hour is giving you a pretty bearish cross with the pink crossing below the yellow, dark blue, and they're all bunched up together. It doesn't negate the short-term bounce, just makes it a lot more probable that bounce is going to be a bearish retest. Quarterly still got hidden bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing over 214. Next move is the simple moving average. That's at a beautiful $505. Nothing on monthly. 2 week has regular bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 357. And your next target is the critical zone, which I'm going to go ahead and say is a little unlikely because it's at 74 cents. That's a little wild. Probably going to update, I think. Pretty safe to say this will update. Tesla is now trading to 74 cents.
Dude, I would put all my money into that. Like literally all of it. Every last drop.
Would Elon even be a billionaire anymore?
I mean, it's probably like it doesn't really matter because it's probably like some sort of black swan that doesn't make sense that will reverse back to normal, right? It's like
Hopefully.
seeing Bitcoin at $1,000. Yeah, I mean, ideally, none of this shit will go to zero.
But in that situation, if it doesn't bounce back, what's the money worth anyway, right?
Nothing. Yeah, at that point, absolutely nothing. Really. Imagine what happened for that to happen.
Hey, so what are you gonna do with the money at that point? Might as well just burn it.
Yep.
On the weekly, now this is adding to the bearish case, is that we're working on putting in a drive of hidden bearish divergence. And this will confirm with any weekly close below about $310. That'll give you an easy target of the neutral zone, but a lot more likely the bearish control zone because volatility is now sitting at almost 0%. And the neutral zone's at about like 284. Bearish control zone is at 209. For bull's sake, better really hope this number updates because if it's going back to 209, it's going to start to become very, very worrying for the macro trend. That would basically take out almost this wick low. Came very close. 5 days also working on that hidden bearish divergence. Same kind of confirmation. Target on the 5 day would be somewhere around 238. Between 274 and 238. The 274 is the simple moving average. 2 day also has the hidden bearish divergence. The invalidation for it is $330.50. That was also one of our confirmations for our hidden bullish divergences. And your next move is going to be a test of the critical zone, which is going to update. Usually these numbers are a little high before the update. I mean, a little crazy. Right now it's sitting at about $201, a little close to that $209 number we saw before. Although the significant level of 274 before that can't be ignored because you're also probably going to get, even if you test 274, it's going to be one of those like probably 15 to 20% bounces. Like, let's see if we can find one of these examples. Like right over here, for example. Still bearish, but it pumped up like almost 20%. Daily has also multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. I believe it's the same pivot. Yeah, same pivot of about $330.50 to invalidate it. And volatility is now expanding from 2 periods of 0% with multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. Next target is bearish control zone at about 288. Line's pretty close to 270s to 280s area. Check the 4 hour. Nothing on that one. Divergence possible. Starting to form some possible hidden bullish divergence on the 4 hour, but it will be in there will be no possibility once you get a close below about $304. As of now, we haven't gotten that yet. So it's dancing right along that line. Even if we do confirm a hidden bullish divergence, all it'll really do is give you a bearish retest. Let's get that in momentum. Quarterly momentum is flipping freshly to the upside with the rejection of the bearish control zone, and volatility is now gone into contraction, but it's in the same exact place that it was in before our 2020 move, but it's in the contraction phase now. Hasn't closed for the confirmation. You want to see where this volatility goes in on the closure. My previous bias on Tesla was based on momentum flipping freshly to the upside with the rejection of the bearish control zone with volatility in the expansion phase. Now that it's gone below, it puts that idea into question. If we get the closure with volatility confirmed as a contraction, then I'm going to be throwing that other previous idea out of the window and going back to the drawing board. But as of now, I'm still going based off of the previous one because we haven't gotten the closure just yet. And the idea was that volatility was expanding with confirmed over the moving average, and momentum had flipped back up, rejecting the bearish control zone, putting in hidden bullish divergence from these previous lows, and it would remain flipped up as long as we're above about $211.50.
Well, we go below that shit. That's like we're going to 180s, 190.
Yeah, very likely.
Minimum, yeah.
I have below that about 140.
That would be crazy. That I would give anything in this world for that.
I don't know what it would take to cause that type of a dump, though.
Well, this is something that I was saying. To me, and I'm sure you're fucking sick and tired of hearing my bullshit, but to me, last quarter, next quarter of the year, they're announcing recession. They have to. Like there's nowhere to hide anymore. There literally won't be anywhere to hide. And if they can hide it at that point, congratulations. Forget about it. We're never going to go into a recession ever, ever, ever. But people think that when there's a recession and when they declare recession, the stock market is going to go down for many years. And in 2008, 2009, the market topped around September, October, and it found its bottom in March. Like it's not that it doesn't take that long for the market to completely do a 180, go completely down, everyone to lose their mind. And that's what I think. So the reason why I'm in the middle of what's going to happen with Tesla right now, and I cannot be certain, and I'm not like adding to my position, but I'm also not selling mine, is because this next quarter for electric cars should be the last good one that they have, because this is the last call for you want to get an electric car before incentives go away, like kind of like the inflation thing for the previous one, right? To the Fords and the Hyundais and all of that, when people were like, you don't want tariff inflation, come buy your Ford right now, and they're still giving them away. It's kind of like the same thing that's happening with the taxes for electrics. So people are buying the electrics because of that. So they might have a really good quarter and that might go up at the same time. But at the same time, after that, there's definitely not going to be any demand because the demand has died. Unless they created kind of like in this scenario right now. So I feel like we could still range right now until the next quarter. Then you're going to get whatever move, but eventually it'll go down. That's still my thesis on it. Like I wouldn't, and I would also say, am I sure that it's going to bounce up? No. That's why I'm indecisive here.
And maybe you'll start Bitcoin rollover first, and then that's why stocks do it next quarter. I could totally see argument.
Yeah, that could also be the that normally is the case. I think Bitcoin is 40 days ahead of the market towards the upside or the downside.
Yeah, I think it was like that in 2021 also.
It was identical, but the way I measured it again right now was I saw 2021, 2022 versus the stock market. And I also looked at when the tariff set in, like when it went down, when it bottomed, and then when it recovered, and the same thing. And it was like 40 days.
$140, wouldn't that be like a 75-80% drop from all-time highs?
Oh,
I
yeah.
can't
I
do the
mean,
math.
yeah, no. It's beyond that, because if we got to 211, it was already a 60-something percent. It should be a humongous percentage. Let me do it. 1 second. We'll do it for you. From the all-time highs right here to 180. Oh, no, 165 is 66%.
Oh, that's nice. 66.66%. That's a good number.
Not bad. No, it's 62% to 180, 88, 61. Now to 140, because that's what you were asking, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a 70%, 71%.
I'm
Yeah,
starting to see more for that 180, 190 area though, because now I see the monthly 100 is right there as well.
I think that's gonna be it. Now, I will have some extra cash and all of the other cash that I make that month, that I make or receive that month from my wife, because she's rich. She's the one that's rich in the family. Then I'll be putting it in Tesla too if it goes below that. While everyone screams, "Oh, it changed the CEO. I'm tired of Elon."
I do think
And
that's
there,
when it'll start though.
yeah,
It's not.
we haven't really heard that much yet though. Haven't really people seen the board petitions to remove Elon yet.
No.
Yeah, no, we're not even close, dude. Not even close.
And it would
70%
just be another
drop.
higher low. Higher low, higher low, higher low.
Say it again, Alex.
Oh, 70% drop should do it. They should bend.
Yeah. Make everyone come out and cry and tell Elon how to do his job, for sure.
Yeah.
The people in the shareholders call owning 0.005% of Tesla on their Cash App, remove Elon right now.
Can't wait. I really can't wait. I've been waiting for a long time, but I still, even though I can wait, I can't wait.
Hey, hopefully for the bull's sake, it just goes up only from here and never goes down again.
That'd be great.
It'd be quite slow. But it's not looking like that right now because monthly is still very heavily towards the downside. It is possible that we are getting in that area where we can flip it back up because sure, we are over the pivot. But I would look at the direction of the stochastic as pretty heavily to the downside. The invalidation would be either getting above this wick high at about $338 or getting that monthly close over $297. If I was forced to give it into a numerical percentage, I would take it with a grain of salt, probably somewhere around 60-40. So it's not that much leaning to the bearish side, just ever so slightly. And if it were to flip back up here, this would be a rejection of the bearish control zone. And would it put in any divergence? No, it would almost put in hidden bullish divergence, but not quite. 2 week, no divergence, but you have a double derp of life with momentum flipping back up, very close to exiting the bearish control zone. Volatility almost completely reset. The area you do not want to lose is that $273 on a closing basis, then probably that 190. Weekly volatility completely reset 1.5%, and momentum's freshly flipping down. Zero to possible is technically still possible hidden bullish divergence, but more of a possibility and less of a possibility for the confirmation. The confirmation would be about the same number, $338. So 338 is across the board is the number we need to continue back to the upside. And if confirmed, the divergence target would be somewhere around this 100 at about like $270, $280. Volatility super low though, very unlikely it stops there. 5-day also extreme lows now. Still also has possible hidden bullish divergence, unlikely. Pretty close to breaking out of the bullish control zone. And you're going to be flipped down as long as you're below 338. Number keeps coming back up. 2-day as well. Extreme lows on volatility now. Momentum is freshly flipping down, rejecting the getting out of the bearish control zone. And we're flipped down below 317, let's say. Daily is now starting to expand from 2 periods of 0% volatility with momentum flipped to the downside, entering the bearish control zone, and you're going to be flipped down below $316. Even the 4 hours now freshly flipped to the downside, flipped down on every single time frame. Volatility is still contracting, so there is still some hopium for a little bit of a bearish retest bounce. You're going to be flipped down on the 4 hours as long as you're closing below 316.60. I think on the lower time frames, it might start to be flipping up for. Yeah, it's getting very close on the lower time frames. 2 hours, very close. Hourly has already done it. 2 hours about to flip up above 302. Hourly is already flipped up above closing over 302. So it does seem like on the lower time frames, you are going to get that bearish retest of that silver cross somewhere around that, like I'd say $310 to like $320 area. And I'm of this opinion that you're going to get a rejection from that area and then go down towards somewhere about 280. Let's go and see higher time frames. On the higher time frames, my previous bias on Tesla was that momentum had flipped up, rejecting the bearish control zone, while volatility was confirmed in an expansion phase. Right now, on this open, we have flipped volatility below the moving average, but we haven't confirmed it. So it hasn't exactly negated that bias, but it puts it into caution. So I would be watching based on these next couple of weekly closures to see if we do lose our key pivots. Right now, I don't want to see a weekly closure below about $273. But the quarterly is still what I'm resting most of my bias on. If you go down to the monthly and below, however, all of these time frames are currently flipped to the downside. More leading so that you will get the breakdown. And if you go even all the way down to the 4 hour, that's also freshly flipping to the downside. The only time frames on the really low that are flipped up are the 1 hour and 2 hour, which are very likely just going to give you a bearish retest of that 4 hour silver cross. That's at about 310, 320. And then from there, the next level is about 280, where you're very likely going to get a bounce. Sorry?
Should we short? BTCCCCC has it. A little
Oh, it
Tesla
does.
short.
310 to
Tesla.
320. I think so. Stop loss 338, 340.
Yeah,
Mm,
just saying.
I think so. I think that will be posted later today.
Perfect.
I guess we were mapping out a short. I guess maybe
Yeah.
I didn't post it, but yeah, no, definitely looks like it's in breakdown territory.
Stay tuned to your trading alerts, fellas.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of nice setups actually, even like Google, for example.
Yep.
So
Yep.
gonna be a fun one.
After that short-term bearish retest of that 4 hour silver cross, I do think we're going to probably go up towards somewhere around that $280 area. Probably get a little bit of a bounce from there, but eventually I'm looking at that 100 that we just saw, which I hadn't seen before, at right around that $190. That makes it a very, very significant area. I'm starting to think that actually might be the bottom. The invalidation for the short-term bearishness is getting above about $338. If you can get a close over $338, that would confirm bullish divergences basically across the board, and that would basically give you a target of your current highs.
All righty. Motherfucking shit. Thank you. Perfect. Oh, come on, Tesla. Give me what I want. Here we go. Estamos viendo Tesla, damas y caballeros. Por supuesto, estamos viéndolo en la diaria. Vamos a acercarnos un poco para que vean esto rápidamente. Pueden ver que estamos literalmente en modo breakdown en este momento de nuestro triangulito y creando un bajo más bajo que este, pero todavía no nos hemos llevado acá a los 289 a la baja, que sería la primera indicación que esto probablemente vaya a ver mucho más para abajo. Vamos a ver si sí, pero por ahora estamos ante alto más alto, luego bajos, el bajo más alto que estuvo acá, luego tuviste un alto más bajo, alto más bajo, alto más bajo y localmente está haciendo bajos más altos. Pero Estás por debajo de todos tus promedios en la diaria y esta es la cosa que tiene todo el mundo preguntándose. Quiero decirles esto para toda la gente que usa también un poco de lógica en cómo puedes hypear a la gente y a los fans de Tesla, de que por lo que yo no me muevo de mi posición y también tienen que entender de dónde viene mi bias, ¿no? Ustedes saben que yo he dicho y continúo pensando que para fin de año, el último cuarto de este año, primer cuarto del siguiente, van a declarar una recesión. Porque ya no la van a poder esconder, por más que tengan estos numeritos falsos y que todo el mundo esté viendo el numerito y se emocione cuando el numerito es alto y luego cuando revisen el número se enojan y luego vuelven a darles otro número alto y están contentos y luego lo vuelven a revisar y se enojan. Es lo más divertido del mundo. Pero la realidad de esto es que el consumo está completamente deteriorado en Estados Unidos, destruido, a un grado que no me ha tocado ver nunca. Y eso es lo que me hace pensar que no van a poder ya esconderlo para entonces, ¿ok? Entonces tienes que entender eso, que pacientemente de aquí a fin de año, a principio del próximo, yo soy bajista. Y no estoy diciendo que no vaya a haber altos históricos en medio de todo eso, etcétera. No, 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 no. Yo simplemente estoy diciendo que para ese entonces puede pasar. Y recuerden también, en el 2008, mucha gente se olvida de esto porque no lo vivió. En el 2008, el tope del mercado fue por ahí de septiembre, octubre. El fondo del mercado bajista de la recesión fue en marzo. O sea, pasó en putiza. Entonces, todavía que la gente esté traumada y que digan, güey, si van a declarar recesión en diciembre, en marzo, literalmente eso quiere decir que 3 a 6 meses antes el mercado estuvo cayendo. Y ya cuando lo declaran, vamos para arriba, ¿ok? Eso es como funciona este pedo, debería de funcionar. Obviamente vamos a ir paso a paso. Hasta ahora nos está saliendo bien la jugada. La otra cosa por la que no puedo decirte si valdría la pena, estás metido en Tesla ahorita y quieres invertir más, ¿vale la pena hacerlo a estos niveles? ¿Agregar antes de que se me vaya el tren o no? Yo personalmente no lo creo. No creo que sería una muy buena idea si estás haciéndolo a largo plazo. Creo que vas a tener mejores oportunidades. Pero también no me atrevería a decir que vendas, porque también existe la posibilidad de que tengas un rebote en el precio, porque el tercer cuarto para los coches eléctricos va a ser bueno. Y va a ser bueno porque es donde la última oportunidad de comprar un coche eléctrico con los incentivos en Estados Unidos es esa. Y entonces, ¿van a hacer algo más después? No nos importa. Lo que sabemos es que por ahora a la gente la manipulan con el ven a comprar ahora antes de que suban los precios y funcionó en el segundo cuarto. Los eléctricos están haciendo esto en el tercer cuarto, pero ya de por sí la demanda estaba destruida. Vamos a ver si más gente se va a rifar a los eléctricos. Por eso no me atrevo a decirte que, güey, si quiero que suba más a 370 y después de ahí saco mi vendo, pues podría ser, se podría dar ese escenario. Pero por ahora estoy viendo Tesla y simplemente vamos a empezar analizando esto tal cual para que puedan verlo rápido. Uno, mensualmente hablando, trimestralmente hablando, estamos cerrando por encima de nuestro promedio del 9, que es 268, y con eso nos sentimos bastante seguros de que estamos en posición alcista. Arriba de 309 estaríamos arriba de nuestro promedio del 5, que también sería el icing on the cake, el extra que nos gustaría ver, pero estamos formando una vela topera. Después de haber hecho esto alto, este máximo, mínimo, un alto más bajo, un mínimo más alto y después haber hecho altos históricos, puede que vaya a ser un mínimo más alto, que es lo que seguiría. Ya lo tuviste, ya lo hiciste acá en estas velas. Habrá gente que te dirá que sí, personalmente, espero que no, ¿no? Para poder literalmente tirar el camión de dinero en esta cosa. Todos mis 39 pesos y 57 centavos. Me gustaría que entrara en esta jugada más de lo que ya le metí. Pero por ahora, una vez más, mensualmente hablando, nos vemos bien. Digo, trimestral. Mensualmente hablando, no. Mensualmente hablando, ya pueden ver que cerramos por debajo del promedio del 9. Tenemos 2 cierres por debajo del promedio del 9. Si este tercer cierre no nos lo da por encima todavía falta un mes porque acaba de empezar el mes. Si no tenemos un cierre por encima de 324, básicamente esta línea meme, vamos a usarla como referencia y cerramos donde estamos. Siguiente objetivo va a ser el 21 y el 21 está en 282. Y segundo objetivo, porque ya tocamos el 21 2 veces ante la corrección, sería el 34, que no lo habíamos tocado desde abril. El 34 está en 263. Y de no aguantar eso, no usamos el 55 para tradear. Nuestro siguiente soporte debería ser los 180 los 190, pongámosle por ahora. ¿Ok? Así que vamos a poner atención. Ahora, todo esto y esta vista bajista se elimina si puedes simplemente cerrar por encima de esto, 334. Eso te pone en una excelente posición. Ahora, vamos a verlo rápido con el HPDR para entender esto. El 100% está en 197. Recuerden que esto va a cambiar obviamente en el siguiente cierre, pero por ahora lo que deberías de poder hacer por estar tan abajo es deberías ir a los $350, que están acá justamente el 61.8%. Una vez que pases eso, podremos hablar de los 380 y máximos históricos, pero hasta entonces, hasta que no puedas romper esta zona en los 350 y básicamente primero los 334, porque vas a encontrarte con la resistencia del EMA 9, porque eso podría ser resistencia. Ahora, eso sería bastante malo. Tienes volatilidad contrayendo en la mensual. 2 semanas. Veniste y te recargaste justamente, apoyaste en arriba del promedio. ¡Au! Atentos. Esta de 2 semanas va a cerrar en 2 horas y 52 minutos. Y en cuanto cierre esta, que está en 300, si llegas a cerrar debajo de 300, siguiente objetivo van a ser los 269, la parte baja de la zona azul, que tiene confluencia con nuestra línea meme por acá. De no aguantar los 269, tu siguiente objetivo es el promedio del 100 en los 243. Y ahí esperarías que pudiera aguantar. Holdear con cojones, como dirían en mi país. Volatilidad nula en periodo semanal. Déjenme ver la de 15 días. Nunca veo las de 15 días, pero en Tesla me gustan. Ahorita van a ver por qué. Justo, ok. 15 días, ahí tiene mi promedio del 9, justamente también en los 300. De llegar a perder los 300, vamos a 290 y de 290 podríamos ir a los 240 y de ahí a los 210, que es donde está nuestro promedio del 100 que no hemos tocado desde abril del 2024, hace más de 1 año y medio. Y eso nos podría dar un objetivo del 61.8% al 168. Aquí es donde está la jugada. Para mí este gráfico de 15 días es el que mueve todo. Porque si perdemos ese promedio del 9 en los 300, definitivamente, en mi opinión, definitivamente nos vamos a cargar los 290. De ahí vamos a ir a buscar la media en los 240. Y si no nos aguanta la media, vamos a ir a buscar la parte baja de la zona azul en los 211. Diaria. Diaria es la que nos va a empezar a dar el movimiento agresivo. Puedes ver periodos de nula volatilidad y empieza. Todavía no tenemos expansión en esa volatilidad, pero nos empieza a advertir. Además de que estás cayendo de nuestro triangulito pendejo y el 78.6% está donde está básicamente nuestra línea meme, acá en los $300. Llegas a perder los $300, que es un punto súper importante en cuantas diferentes temporalidades. Estás hablando de al siguiente nivel, 291. Viste que si pierdes 291 en la tabla de 15 días, te vas a ir definitivamente a los 270, 250, y de ahí vas a tener continuación a la baja, nuestros objetivos en el 100%, que está una vez más por ahí de los $190. Por ahora, quieres preguntarte qué es lo que debería hacer con Tesla, vela de 4 horas, por ejemplo, también está a punto de contraer para crear otro movimiento bastante agresivo y puede que lo veamos empezar por ahí. El S&P 200 está justo en los 295, ese sería tu última línea a aguantar. Si llegas a romper los 295 a la baja, tienes todo el día de hoy para cerrar por encima de $300. Cierre por encima de $300 nos pone todavía en un estatus neutral donde todavía no ha habido ningún breakdown a la baja. Ahora, lo que creo que estoy viendo acá es un cruce plateado a la baja, correcto, acá en la de 4 horas. Y ese cruce plateado a la baja nos dice que un retesteo del 9 o un retesteo del breakdown debería ocurrir. Y eso sería en los 300, por ahora en los 317, pero se va a estar moviendo todo el día en estas sesiones de 4 horas. Le faltan 19 minutos para cerrar esta vela. Se los voy a simplificar. Y otra vez es lo mismo, ¿no? Porque tristemente Tesla ha estado rangueando solamente. Somos alcistas, queremos que Tesla regrese acá, empiece a rebotar por acá y primero rompa los 320. Una vez que rompe los 320, podemos ir a la parte alta de este canal que ya tiene confluencia con esta línea meme, que podría ser rechazo. Si en los 330 nos rechazan, no pasa nada, seguimos rangueando en esta pendejada. Pero si rompes los 330 para arriba y te llevas estos en los 338, definitivamente vas a 370 y eso te va a abrir la puerta a ir a buscar máximos históricos. Lo contrario es simplemente perder los 295. Velo en la diaria, pierdes los 295 y muy probablemente vayas a ir mínimo a los 270. Mínimo. Y ahí es donde empezaríamos. Ahí es lo que estamos viendo en este momento. Así que ahí lo tienen. Tesla continúa rangueando, está preparando un movimiento agresivo. En la trimestral está perdiendo ese setup de volatilidad y Momentum está empezando a intentar apuntar para abajo. Y esto debería ser algo preocupante, algo. Ahí lo tienen para toda la gente que anda en cash. Buen tipezón, todavía sigue ahí en los 114. Me gusta, pero no se ha llevado este mínimo en los 114 planos. Okay, Alex, I'm ready for you, sir.
Nice. Yeah, looking at Rivian, it's always funny because when I see this wick, I just think of that Twitter post you sent me. How that guy is on that short. Like, damn.
That, by the way, that guy still punching the air. But the best thing is, what he did is he just muted me and never answered anymore to my messages to ignore that he was very wrong. So good for him.
Wrong.
God bless him. God, that's the way to learn. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, tremendously wrong. But, you know, we potentially could maybe see a bounce here on Rivian. And I'll explain why. We first at this diagonal. We're at the meme lines. The meme lines, when they're intersecting like this, it generally is a big spot. I can easily show this even on the HPDR. You see here that surprisingly, Rivian is in a breakout posturing. And we're actually just testing the top side of the 38.2%. So in theory, this zone should be the spot that bottoms and holds, where we can easily make our way at minimum to the monthly 9. But again, this is a monthly chart. This takes time. But I just find that very interesting to actually see the monthly in like a breakout. When we go to the weekly, though, it's not looking very good. You have a full deviation of all moving averages. And granted, yeah, you are now at the meme line. Nothing's telling you at this point that it's going to hold this spot. And even more so, if you don't hold, the number is $12.20. You can't hold that zone, you're going to start seeing a major move down to right around $11. That's just shown here. You have the lowest read on BBWP ever in this chart's history on the weekly. This is definitely something that I'm paying attention to. Now, it's not fired off yet, and it's not even above the moving average, but we just want to be very understanding of the potential of this move and what it could bring. Now, the hopium for bulls is this. You know, each time we've hit the meme lines, we've formed a bottom. We're just throwing it back as long as we're not taking out July 14th's wick low. This is going to be looked at as a spot that bulls are going to bid for a potential to maybe get back above $14 and make another move up to the top side of this range. You know, this would then essentially be kind of make or break. If you end up coming back down, I do think you're going to get the breakdown. And if you actually reclaim this weekly EMA 100, this will be a good trigger to see maybe a move all the way up to $19. Or, you know, it just does break down from here. This was, you know, the end of the move up. And what we're about to see is a major move down. The hopium, though, is that weekly volatility hasn't fired off. The monthly is at the top side of the 38.2%. And even here, the weekly is just back testing the median after a nice reclaim. So there is bullish hopium here, but it does all kind of fizzle out once you lose $12.20. So just understand that once you start losing that, you are just going to get an easy move down to $10.90. Seen this before. You lose that $12.20, you reject, and that rejection did take you all the way down to right around $9.80. You've just seen this each and every time. Even here, where the most recent occurrence where you lost it, it was holding $12.20. You lost it, you rejected, and then you came all the way down right to around $10.50. So it's going to be very crucial to see, you know, where we actually close this weekly into today, because if you actually do start losing $12.20 in this weekly close, yeah, GG bulls. I'm actually, this is just going to look terrible. And I'm going to get even more bearish on this chart. I'm not really going to be entertaining a bounce, rather just a move all the way down to around that $10.80 before an actual maybe bounce. A bounce could easily take you back to around here. You get the bearish retest before going down. So this weekly close is going to be very important. And granted, you are at support now, so hopefully bulls step in soon. 5-day not getting much, just you're just at meme line support for what it's worth. Something to note on this 5 days, it almost gave you a volatility setup. So it is moving up now, but we'll have to watch this carefully. Very easily could give you a volatility setup. You haven't had many 5-day volatility setups in Rivian's chart. Let's see, was this even a volatility setup? It was ever so slightly reset under 15%. And then upon expansion, you essentially went up 102%. Pretty absurd. Here, you had a setup, but it didn't actually play out to its full length. This was a move to the downside. Let me see, right here, 12%. And then what we saw was a reset of it. And then at this point, when we reset, you actually got the expansion to the upside. 48%. And that is it. Those are all the setups. So, you want to be paying attention to BBWP. On all major time frames, it's kind of telling you that something brewing, something big is brewing for Rivian. And the weekly is at the lowest point ever on volatility. The 5 days potentially about to give you a setup. The 2-week is just crazily low. And it is giving you now finally a BBWP setup. So as soon as you do see this break 15%, you will get that move, and we don't even have a reference on when this last was under 15%. So it's going to be pretty epic, up or down. And I don't find it a coincidence, and I've been saying this, that we're basically towards the end of this meme channel. So it seems like August, maybe September, you're going to get the move, and if bulls don't step in and defend $12.20, yeah, you're going to see a major breakdown. My next zone is $10.90, $11. If that doesn't hold, then yeah, I do think you're going to start seeing right around that $8 and possibly lower. We've talked on this channel right around $6 being a major spot. That'll be kind of my next major zone if we actually get it. I'll throw this chart off because it looks crazy. But if we just look at the candlesticks, this, consolidation won't last forever. And it is crazy. Like, this
That's
is just
so stupid.
Yeah, it is, actually. Because when you just zoom out and really look at it, it's just like, oh, yeah, I mean, is this just like a major bear flag on the quarterly? Well, every move that's, oh, we're so back is just sold down. Nothing's really developing. You're just in this tight consolidation. And actually, I mean, this still is in a downtrend. So, if we are going to get a lower low, for me, it's going to be looked more like, actually taking out $8 and moving all the way down, possibly to $6. So we're very close to a move, though. This isn't going to hold forever. But again, we've been here. Bears and bulls have both been here before, where this just holds, you move up, and then Rivian, in the next 2 weeks gets a major squeeze up. But it is looking pretty bearish. So you want to just be aware of that. On this new monthly candle, you want to watch this zone. You did freshly lose the monthly 9. So you very easily can afford a bounce from here. And if it did bounce, you would be gauging this zone to get retested. Let's say we bounce, this would give you about a 5 to 6% bounce. All this could be is potentially a bearish retest of the monthly 9. You've seen this before. You've lost the monthly 9. You've retested it, leading to a major rejection. Reclaimed it. You've lost it. You didn't fully retest it here. bad example there. And that's it, really. Wow. So unfortunately, and we were talking about this. We were getting excited on the fact that Rivian was holding multiple monthly candles above the monthly 9. But now that we have this new monthly candle, what I see is actually quite disappointing. What you're noticing is, each time it would reclaim the monthly 9, it really couldn't hold 2 to 3 candles above it. Each and every time it just reclaim it, maybe once, definitely maybe twice, and then definitely fizzle out. This was the shift we were talking about, the reclaim. It held it. It even, held it here. But into July, we actually lost it. So this again is just right back into all of whenever you see this downside, it's just right back into that kind of posturing where bears are in full control back in this chart. There's nothing stopping it from fully breaking down now. And if it did get a mercy bounce, I'd be looking at the monthly 9 as a big zone of a rejection, and maybe even a short. I don't think this range is going to hold forever. And if you just focus on these lines here, you are towards the end of them. So, yeah, overall, Rivian, was looking bullish to a point, but we had our invalidations. We understood that once you really start losing that $15.20 region, you're going to get a move down to that $13.70 region. You lost that. You're now at the shit line, if I will say. If you start losing $12.20, this is going to capitulate down to $11 essentially. And there's nothing telling me that will stop, specifically when you have monthly, weekly, and even potentially a 5-day volatility setup brewing, which is pretty legendary on this chart. You haven't had, like, for example, the 2-week this low ever. So it definitely could mean that this is going to go all the way down to this low if we start seeing this 2-week volatility really fire off and maybe even lower. And on the flip side, you could see a move up to the top side of this range, right around $16. Where will I know if this is about to do a busting action move to the upside? Simply if you just reclaim above the weekly EMA 100. If you do that, I do think you're going to bust all the way up to $19. And then, if you reclaim $19, we've talked about this. I do think this will open up an insane move all the way to like $27. But until then, this is just potentially you're seeing now the start of a major breakdown, and it will get confirmed on any weekly close below $12.20. So pretty disappointing. We were hoping, Rivian this time it would be different. Most times it's not different, and that's why we have our invalidations. We see here the monthly EMA 21 did reject us. That was a major spot for me. Generally, when you have a moving average, and we know how these moving averages work, specifically on a monthly, you can always say yes, you don't know how they're going to react when you first tap them, but it's generally always smart to give bears the benefit of the doubt, and expect some kind of rejection on a first tap. We also had that weekly EMA 100, which again has never been tested, and on any chart I'd say that's a major moving average. You can see that's almost perfectly where we rejected. So it's like, bulls tried to push it up. It didn't really change too much, and that's why it was really important to see specifically this weekly EMA 100 get reclaimed. And then for the final kicker for bears, it's losing that EMA 9 just totally puts it in bear territory. So if you're longing this, hoping for another bounce up, this is kind of your spot. This is it. If you have been buying all the way down, there's no reason now not to add. This is the high probability spot to bounce. And if it doesn't bounce, if you start even losing it, let's check it on a 2-day. I do think even on a 2-day close, any close under, we can just simply use July 16th wick low. Any close under there will just indicate a breakdown for me. And this is going to go a lot lower. And the first spot lower could be 10.8%. So just understand that's what's brewing. Nasty chart, and August is potentially going to make or break Rivian. I do think that not many people are going to buy it if it goes to $6. For me, I may actually nibble on that It's just because we've been talking about it for so long. I'll understand, you're probably going to get that break. No one's going to want to buy it. And then I do think we'll get eventually a pop back up. Good RR if we do get $6, but yeah, this chart's just really funny to me.
All right, I got super bullish news before you boys go.
Oh, perfect.
Super bullish. Number one, Trump's already, they're already floating around nuclear war with Russia.
Oh,
That's one.
Beautiful.
There is nothing that's more bullish than that. But let me add to that. They're also threatening now. Everyone, it's trending right now because they convinced everyone with the fake economic. Well, I'm sorry, they're not fake. They're revisions. The revisions of the numbers on the employment has recession trending. On top of that, everyone's floating around. Everyone, along with their mother, that August is always a bearish month. And August opened red as fuck. Okay.
Good point.
I am bullish as a motherfucker right now. If not today, Monday's going to open so green. People's heads are going to spin like the motherfucking exorcist without knowing what happened and who took their money. And that'll be me. That'll be me, gentlemen. That'll be me. So
That's
bullish.
beautiful. And I think
Now-
capital is extremely bearish. So
exactly, dude.
You can't be on the same side as Capo. That's just illegal.
Well, that's just retarded in the most part. Not illegal. It's just retarded.
maybe
you
the
do you.
weekly EMA9 does bottom us out.
Now-
Because, that is just like Bitcoin is at the spot where it is looking very bearish, but you're not fully breaking down.
I'm long in this, and this is my invalidation.
I think the weekly EMA9 will be the spot. If it's not already bottomed, because as you see, it's already getting bought up on that 4 hour. So very logical, very logical.
And it's just a short invalidation, dude. It's 114,500, and you close it with anything below 113,900.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Because you're noticing it's not even losing that moving average. Is that the EMA 100, the purple?
This is the SMA 200.
Oh, well, yeah.
So not a single close below.
Big spot. Makes
Yeah.
sense to me. I mean, I will say a lot of people are bearish. Like the charts are looking bearish, but we just got that fresh monthly candle. Is it really just going to be that easy? Where we're just going to dump 20% now for bears? Usually not. So I mean, I do think we can at least test 118 again on Bitcoin.
Me too.
And there we'll just see what happens. Either big rejection or reclaim.
Yeah. Yep. It's going to be good. And again, this does not apply to Tesla or Rivian. They're in a different thing. So when I'm talking about all-time highs, I'm talking about Meta. I'm talking about NVIDIA. Like all of your usual suspects right now that are doing great are going to continue to do great. Don't think that everything is just going to go along with the indexes, right? Because they're attached to these names. But,
definitely not Rivian. I mean, that chart's just looking good off right now.
Yeah. Along with Teslas, I think Tesla a close below 300 today will cement that we're definitely going to go lower.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
Basically
290.
just
Yeah.
bearish retests.
Exactly. So yeah, I mean, it's looking fucking good. It's looking very bullish right now. As soon as I'm done with my bullshit right now, because you guys can go and enjoy your beautiful Friday, I'm going to go on a Bitcoin long, exactly what I just said. I'm going to do that and see how it goes. And hopefully I'll have time to enter that shit.
Yeah.
Let's hope we don't get front run.
Yeah.
Let's hope so. All right, my boys. Anything else you'd like to add?
No. I'll just be watching for next week. New positioning. I think stocks are going to give us easy trades for the Academy. Tesla, Google, and maybe even Apple are things on my radar. So I'm watching for that. Bitcoin, of course, we'll just watch and see what the weekend gives. But a move to 118 would not surprise me. So
yeah, it would be swell. All righty, boys. Thank you so much for everything. I appreciate you.
Buenas tardes and hasta luego, muchachos.
Buenas tardes y hasta luego. Ok, denme un segundito. Déjenme pongo esto. Quiero platicar rápido con ustedes porque hay mucha gente que está preguntando cosas. Vamos a poner acá. Vale. Ok. En este momento acaban de platicar y voy a compartir mi pantalla con ustedes. Voy a ver si lo tengo por acá en X. Ok, aquí está. Quiero ver si lo pueden ver. Sí, ok. Trump ordena que se posicionen 2 submarinos nucleares en las regiones apropiadas después de declaraciones rusas altamente provocativas. No existe nada más alcista que te amenacen de que va a haber una guerra nuclear. No existe. No existe nada más alcista que esto. Pero puedo aún hacerlo mejor. Te están diciendo que va a haber una recesión. Vieron hoy en la mañana, compartí, espérame, estaba tradeando, en este momento la gente está platicando que va a haber una recesión en Estados Unidos. La misma gente está diciendo, no, los empleos, los números falsos, bla, bla, bla. Se está volviendo bajista la gente, ¿ok? Además de eso, todo el mundo se sabe el dato de que agosto es el mes más bajista del año. Ahorita eso está flotando también encima de todo. Y encima, acabaste el mes pasado, con unos movimientos como el de Meta, ¿no? Por ejemplo, déjenme rápido, voy a ver a Meta. Movimiento de Meta del día de ayer, acá, con un gap hacia arriba y ahora vas para abajo. ¿Me estás diciendo que todo lo que está rojo ahorita se va a quedar rojo y todo el mundo va a tener razón y va a ser bajista? Esta es una gran oportunidad de entrar hoy si estás tradeando o agregando a posiciones. No estoy diciendo a largo plazo porque continúo con mi tesis de todo. Lo que digo es, ¿de verdad crees que te van a dar agosto bajista, guerra nuclear, recesión y todas las cosas? No, 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 no. En este momento yo voy a abrir un long y es a ver si me da tiempo. En Bitcoin estoy viendo la de 4 horas. ¿Por qué? El S&P 200 está aguantando y todo el mundo dirá, esto es una bandera bajista. Bien, lo cortas aquí abajo en 13,900. 13,900 te sales. Pero esto para mí es un long. Al fin de semana vamos a 117,500 a 118 mínimo. Es como yo lo veo y lo voy a jugar porque hay demasiadas cosas. O sea, ya me están mandando cosas por Twitter de, güey, es el fin del mundo. No lo es. No lo es. Qué divertido es. Díganme que no es divertido esto. Poder entender la psicología del mercado es la cosa más verga del planeta. Vamos con Rivian para acabar esto y para cerrarlo. Y ahorita te digo mi querísimo Ramón en chinga de Coinbase, ¿ok? Que por cierto, también debería de tener un gran rebote y Coinbase está 16% abajo, que y recontra en este momento Rivian continúa básicamente lo mismo de siempre. Lo voy a poner en la de 15 días. La de 15 días, y esto es lo que les había dicho que me gusta, vela topera, cierras pero coquetamente encima de la negada. Esta es tu confirmación. Esto para mí es el follow through, vas a caer y muy probablemente vayas a ver justamente estos niveles de los 11.27. Si no aguantan los 11.27, vas a ir a los $10. De $10, si no aguanta, encuéntrate en la forma de que esperas que los 9.50 aguanten, pero probablemente no y se vaya a los 8.20. Todo esto va a estar mal en Rivian si podemos cerrar, empezar a ir por arriba de 14.74, que es esta vela, para negar la vela topera. La cosa es, todavía faltan 7 días y 3 horas para cerrar esto, pero esta vela es súper, todo esto es una secuencia de velas bajistas. Y además, si me voy a la semanal en Rivian, para que lo vean de cerca, nos está rechazando el promedio del 9, lo acabamos de perder, el 21, el 34, etcétera. Ahora, dentro de todo lo alcista que está pasando ahorita, puede que haya un rebote también en Rivian y en Tesla y todo esto, puede que sí. Pero Rivian y Tesla están en otro punto, es otro tipo de temporalidad que ellos tienen, porque recuerda que son ventas de verano, ventas de invierno, ventas de esto. No, cuando digo que todo es muy alcista, estoy volteando a ver a Coinbase, estoy volteando a ver a Roblox, ¿no? Cosas que están haciendo estos máximos y que te están diciendo, este es el tope para que vendas esto. Te lo están pintando divino, pero divino para que lo vendas. También ¿cómo se llama? ¿Cuál era la otra que estaba diciendo? Nvidia, por supuesto, también te están diciendo, vela topera, se acabó esto. Meta te está dando mínimo un doji, están siendo más bondadosos. Amazon te está dando una vela envolvente bajista. Microsoft, después de sus grandes resultados, está dando una vela bajista. Así que solamente tengan eso en mente. Ramón, te voy a enseñar rápido Coinbase. Y habías preguntado, en Coinbase tenemos una entrada en 3.15, que es justamente donde estamos en este momento. Y tienes la invalidación en los 2.30. ¿Por qué 2.30? Porque para empezar, están considerando que sea spot la compra. Eso es lo primero que tienes que encontrar. Y 2.30, que es básicamente esta zona, si pierdes este mínimo, eso quiere decir que la tendencia cambia y es bajista. Pero por ahora, personalmente creo que o acá o más allá de eso, en los 294, Coinbase debería de encontrar su fondo para empujar a la alza. A menos de que ustedes se crean que todo el mundo tiene la razón. El VIX apenas está en 21%, está encontrándose con esta resistencia que he tenido acá dibujada. Ahora, cada quien haga lo que quiera. Si ustedes tienen miedo de la guerra nuclear y todo eso, es más que entendido. Personalmente voy a aventarme mis apuestas. ¿Saben cuál es mi apuesta a largo plazo? De todas maneras, con todo mi dinero, ustedes lo saben, es a largo plazo en la bolsa. Tradeo y hago estas cosas para divertirme. Son dinerillo, no voy a decir cantidades porque luego la gente dice, eso no es dinerillo o eso es muy poco, lo que quieran. Es lo que mi esposa me dé de domingo. Recuerden, me casé con ella porque ella tiene todo el dinero. Entonces, lo que ella me dé de domingo es lo que voy a tradear. Y y ya, ahí lo tienen. Oigan, muy buena, honestamente, guerra nuclear, agosto bajista, recesión, empleo, bla. Anótenlo. ¿Qué están intentando venderle a la gente? Y creen que lo que le están diciendo a todos, y todos los pacos repitiéndolo, por supuesto, como es su chamba. Tenemos que entender a los pacos. Los pacos no son nuestros enemigos, jefes. No lo son, ni los vamos a insultar. Es bueno identificarlos y ponerles me gustaría que pudiéramos etiquetar en X periquitos, que pudiéramos poner periquitos para saber, este güey es un gran Paco, este güey es un gran Paco, para poder saber qué es lo que están diciendo, porque es importante entender qué es lo que están diciendo. Ahorita ya todos están friqueando muy cabrón con lo de la guerra, ¿no? Ya todos los Pacos están hablando de la guerra, no hay de otra. Y cuando veo eso me emociono. Cuando veo que todos los pacos están hablando de que viene el fin del mundo con la guerra nuclear, me emociono, porque es literalmente cuando las cosas pasan al revés. Todo pasa al revés, nadie pone atención a nada, nada, solamente se dejan llevar. Es como una manadita, les dicen qué hacer y todos lo hacen. Así que no se vuelvan locos con los pacos, úsenlos a su favor. Cuando ves un paco, simplemente entiende qué es lo que está diciendo el paco y eso es lo que le están diciendo a todos. ¿Qué es lo que eso quiere hacer creer a todos? Y es lo que vamos a usar en contra de ellos, que ha funcionado perfectamente este año. Una vez más, guerra nuclear. Otra, aparte de la guerra nuclear, el mes más bajista de todo el año es agosto. El mercado abre en rojo agresivo el día de hoy. Tiran números de corrección de lo que dijo la Reserva Federal, etcétera. Y una vez más, le están dando, ven cómo les dije que Trump y Powell están jugando el policía bueno y el policía malo, les están dando otra vez la ilusión de que ya van a bajar tipos. Ya empecé a ver a todos los pacos decir que va a venir el big print, que van a imprimir muchísimo dinero. Tenemos que aplaudir a los viejitos, de verdad tenemos que respetar lo que están haciendo. No cualquiera puede hacer este tipo de cosas. Por cierto, viejitos, quieren un nuevo estratega también que entienda lo que están haciendo. Márquenme. Yo también quiero miles de millones de dólares. No sean cabrones. Les mando un fuerte abrazo y Salo, disculpa que utilicé este espacio ayer y hoy. Muy orgulloso de pertenecer a ETA, imprimiendo dinero. Gracias, mi Ramón. Me da muchísimo gusto. Qué bueno. Mañana ya estaba en mi casa con una caja de alerón. Felicidades y disfrútala, mi estimado. Te mando un abrazote. Les mando un abrazote a todos ustedes. Recuerden, vayan a nuestro Discord. Está aquí en la parte de abajo para que puedan platicar con toda la comunidad, apoyar todas sus decisiones en lo que están haciendo todos, apanicarse con todos, ¿no? Y también tienen ahí abajo el enlace de Elite Trading Academy para los que quieren aprender cómo tradear en futuros con nosotros. ¿Quieres hacerle el short a Tesla? ¿Quieres hacer el long de Bitcoin? Ahí están los enlaces para que aprendas a hacerlo. Es completamente gratis. Y pues cualquier cosa, aquí estamos. Les mando un fuerte abrazo. Feliz viernes. Y lo que voy a hacer es, ayer no hice nada y me preguntó, ni tampoco hoy. tengo ya el de mañana y el del domingo. Entonces los voy a ver mañana y el domingo por acá en el canal. Les mando un abrazote, solamente porque es viernes y la gente se larga a todos lados. Me van a dejar aquí solito. Les mando un abrazo, cuídense. Gracias por todo, perros. Pórtense bien.